It would be so easy to animate this frog. Ah! I don't want to be me. I want to be me. Let me steal this puppet. Go back to my game land. Oh, you know what? This probably isn't going to work. So I've been working on a robot. I think you just saw him. Where did he go? Ah, it's me. Hey, baby. Hi, cutie. She came back, took a second look, and then left. Where's my thingy? Oh, that must have been this. Hey, I'm angry. That's what I was looking at. Okay, I was looking at this. I can make it look like he's dancing in and out of the clouds here. That actually looks pretty cool. Alright, so we're going to leave Lorebot over there. Let's bring back my camera. Can we do that? Can we bring back my camera? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. Let's do video capture, copy, and the paste. Nope. I forgot my camera's like hanging sideways, so technically horizontal is vertical. There we go. Hi, everybody. Welcome. It's, I don't know, Monday. I was trying to fill out job applications all day, fighting my ADHD and my, don't call it laziness. It's a disability, man. Nobody believes me. So, long story short, I didn't get the job applied for. I haven't applied for it yet. I will do that before I go to sleep. But before then, we are here fixing our Lorebot. You'll look across the way there, and you'll see Lorebot. Hi, Lorebot. See, he's not answering because he's broken. Let's see if we can fix this. I'm gonna pull up a window on screen, which is gonna be my terminal. I don't know, because is there like private information in there? I won't show you the code of my program because that would... I think I've got like tokens and stuff in there. You shouldn't put tokens. Don't put tokens in your code. Fledgling coders. There we go. So let's see what's going on with our Lorebot. Let's pull him up. I've got a display capture going on here, but I think it's too big. Yeah, that's everything. I'll show that. Also, I don't have that thing selected where OBS gets the hell out of the way. Let me introduce you to Lorebot. First of all, before I fire up Lorebot. Lorebot, we've been together for how long now? Like 6 days? It's been a thing, right? This guy is, it's been a riot. I've been teaching myself how to program through the use of Gemini, the AI that is making it super easy for programmers to do their jobs and get fired. For not being needed. We'll see if this AI bubble makes it easier for me to get a job as a programmer or makes it harder for me to get a job as a programmer. In any case, I'm programming. We've got we got a functional speaking robot, and he will carry out a conversation with you. I programmed him to believe he's a finger reader crone. So the words of the fingers are sacred. He will not change any in-game flavor text for the item descriptions and all that kind of stuff. So you can use him as a dictionary of sorts, like an encyclopedia that you can just talk to. You can say, tell me about the Black Blade. Tell me about Queen Marika. Do you think Queen Marika, I don't know, killed Ronnie? You know, whatever. That question doesn't make any sense. And he will consult with the fingers. And I have I created a document which is all the data in the game. Every item listed, every item description listed, all the strength and requirements and shit listed, all the lore of the regions, all the bosses, the NPCs, shoved it all in there. Which I'm not done, by the way. I currently have 15,000, I think 700 entries or something. But it's got the base game, it's got the DLC content. I mean, I'm taking from both and I'm structured and I'm building it in. Like right now for the spells, I only have the sorceries. I still need to get the incantations in. But I'm asking it some pretty high level stuff, and it's coming back with some pretty good answers. Asking it like open-ended things. It gets it. It gets the lore. Like when you say like, you know, what is Radagon's secret or something like that? It'll be like Radagon is Marika, you know, like, but it tells you that. It's really neat. I'm really happy with what I've made. I was having a lot of fun with it. I was asking it some fun. Oh, and it's also got a personality. It's like talking to a finger reader crone. Like imagine you're in the round table hold, talking to Enya, right? That's who this bot in my head. That's who I'm making this. I'm not making it like exactly Enya. First of all, for like I don't know, copyright reasons and stuff. I just don't think that's right to make a character and have a character speak. So this is Lorebot over here. This is not a finger reader crone, but Lorebot is programmed to believe he is a finger reader crone, right, Lorebot? Right, Lorebot? See, he's broken. That's the problem. I fixed him. I made a great typed version, right? And then from the typed version, I'm like, well, I should just be able to make this thing speak to me. I did that in V1, right? I'm in version 4 right now, technically. And each time I've been iterating and adding different elements to it. And in this last one, I think I broke it. I was building libraries. So what you have to do is you take all your data, and like I had a bunch of files I needed to merge. So you got to merge it, and then you upload it. And I had to make a change. I had to upload a new directory and re-merge them. And it was so late, and it's like I don't know, like 4-step process or something, and I flubbed up 2 of the steps. I skipped a step, or I went backwards and did the same step twice or something. But then I got like confused, like I couldn't remember which one I even screwed up then. And so it was just like, well, I got to go back and do it all over again. So I think what happened, because I just logged in, I just fired up Lorebot, and he's stupid. He goes, but I think he's just reading verbatim the stuff that I put in there. And I stole a lot of the stuff from Eldenpedia. I borrowed it from Eldenpedia, let's say that. I'm not going to charge anything for this, and when I am finished with it, I'm going to show Eldenpedia and ask them for like permission if I can do this, or if they want to use it or something like that. I don't know. We can put it on their website. I don't know. I don't know anything about Eldenpedia except for what this stupid AI told me. By the way, AI is garbage. Don't trust AI. I'm shortcutting this. I'm effing programmers right now the way people are effing artists, right? I'm not paying for a programmer to design this thing for me. But let's be realistic. Without the help of AI, this would be incredibly difficult. If it would be impossible. This couldn't exist without AI. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that's why I don't feel greasy about it. Before AI, you didn't have AI chatbots, and what I'm making is an AI chatbot. Fuck me. I don't know. Is it immoral? I don't know. I'm putting a programmer out of a job, but I'm the programmer. It's my job. I've spent like 80 hours this week getting this goddamn robot to talk, and every second of the way I'm thinking, is this immoral? Should I be doing this? I'm taking someone's job. No, what I'm really doing, really the most immoral thing from this would be the information I gained from Eldenpedia, which is a great source. I recommend everybody go to Eldenpedia. Fextra Life and some of those other sites I'd get on, and it would just be like ads in my face. Eldenpedia is really sleek. I really like the website. It's great. I've got it bookmarked, and it's my go-to resource. But I've learned a lot about programming. I've been scraping the data off Eldenpedia. So what you do is you make this little script, and the script goes online. You give it a web page, like say like the lore web page, and it goes there. And every link from that web page, it'll say, okay, clearly we're at the lore hub, right? So it's going to link to other lore. You know, it's the chapter in the book. So what it does is just goes through every link and just takes it out. It makes an entry in my little program, and then I can tell the AI chatbot to go read that program when it needs that information. So it's all local, it's all offline. That's the cool thing. I'm not paying OpenAI, I'm not doing anything. This is a totally offline chatbot. It's about 1.6 gigabytes. So I could bundle it up and put it on a disk and hand it to you, and you've got yourself a talking Elden Ring encyclopedia. But I wouldn't do that because, I mean, clearly that would... If you pursued that, if let's say you did do that, if I did distribute this and people started using this, then at that point that would or could affect the traffic to Eldenpedia, which is the site that I got all the information from. So that's how AI screws people, was because, hey, cool, did you see that new Elden Ring chatbot? I'll never go on the internet again. Ha! And then the website dies. So the thing you steal from is the thing you're killing. And if you respect that and you don't want to be a dick, you don't steal from people. That's why I think ultimately a lot of AI, people got a conscience, man. People are getting their conscience woken up lately. People are getting woke. This is what woke means, is to think about these things, right? We lived through a period for a while where we could just be oblivious, you know, and even like wars overseas and stuff, like pre 9/11, it's like, oh, they're like bombing in Somalia or something. People are just like, snooze, I don't even know. Let's go watch, you know, Lethal Weapon 3. Now it's like, shit, this shit's serious and this shit's real. That's what the internet has taught us, is that these far off places aren't just metaverses like kind of existing like in parallel with our own. They're actual real places on the planet, and these are actual real people, and we could be doing actual real harm, you know, from just buying our socks from sweatshops to shortcutting programming and putting programmers out of business. I mean, that's the stupidest thing in the world. Can you imagine? All it's going to take is like 5 years for people to not make any money as a programmer, and then people are going to stop going into programming. That's a whole generation of people at college who declare a different major. And then it's a career field that nobody goes into because we can have AI program all of our shit. And then what happens? I don't know, 5 years after that, 10 years after that, nobody remembers how to fix fucking computers. This already happened. The Voyager spacecraft, it got so far out there, they shot this satellite. It was not a satellite, it was a probe. They sent it out there to take pictures of all the planets, and after it hit like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 planets on the way out of the solar system, and then it just left, and it's cruising and it's going, and it was only supposed to last for so long before its batteries ran out, but it just kept going. So what they had to do, they're like, well, we can keep getting data from this thing, let's keep working with it. Over the decades, people forgot how to write that script. That programming language was developed specifically for that program. And nobody knew how to talk to the goddamn computer. People were like, we need you! So they're calling like people out of retirement. They're calling like 80-year-old people. Like, do you still remember how to do that shit? This thing's still online. It's about to leave our solar system. We need to send it instructions before it's out of range forever. Can you please? Does anybody know how this works? We're going to be like that with all our computers, everywhere. You're going to, when the McDonald's, McFlurry machine goes down, nobody's going to know what the fuck they're going to talk to their AI. And if their AI is offline, if, there's a terrorist attack or something that targets, a cyberware attack, the AIs go down, we're going to be the dumbest fucking society in the world because nobody knows how to do shit. It's going to be a real problem. Imagine if you've only driven a self-driving vehicle your whole life. Or let's say you're, 22 years old in the future. It's the year 2045 and Elon Musk's future is rolling along brilliantly. And, from the time you turn 16, you don't even need to be 16. Your driver's license just entitles you to use these cars now, right? It's a pass. But what do you do when you're in the car? Maybe you even do take a driver's test as like a backup in case the AI fails. You're driving down the car, these things are all wired into the system, the AI goes out and just decides, I don't know, or it's some kind of emergency, you know what I mean? You never know what's going to happen when you're going to need to drive a car. I just say, I don't think it's good to give up all of our skills as a human race, right? Do we want to forget how to make music? Do we want to forget how to write programs and make love? Robots are already doing that for me. How we doing tonight, folks? If you're out there, I can hear you breathing. Stop it. Nobody's here. It's Monday night. I'm talking to my chatbot. How you doing, Lorebot? Doing all right over there? We're going to work on Lorebot. We're going to fix him. Let's get a new window. Do I have terminal? Is that one of my windows already? Yeah. Hey! Get back in that cloud. Should be on top. I don't know why that's not working. I must have the wrong terminal. I think I hear somebody in the background being loud. Sound veto tip. That's not it. Okay, let's get this fucking thing working. Alright! Fire him up. He's probably okay. So here's what's gonna happen. He's probably gonna spout out for like. Oh, and by the way, I'm gonna Elden PD. I love you. This is. I'm not gonna step on your toes at all. This that was the last 30 minutes of me talking. I was saying. I'm running this all locally. That's why I'm not putting any of this online. This was not for public consumption. This is my own personal project. I hope you respect my privacy. That's why I put something in my orange juice. Okay, let's see here. I was having some audio issues. I think I've cleaned up the audio issues. I wanted to patch it into Lorebot here to make him move his lips or blink his lights and bounce up and down when he talks. But right now I need to fix his brain. His brain is melted. I gotta unmelt his brain. Like I said, I ran some steps out of sequence, and I think what happened was I broke the chain. I didn't get the proper files re-uploaded, so I must have run the scraper. The files are still there. I probably should re-merge. Let's delete the massive lore file, re-merge them, and pass it back into his brain. Let's see here. Let's go back into Gemini. Where's my chats, bud? There's all my media. I can't find it. Where are my old chats? I hate AI. I hate it. That's why I want to put my own AI. I want to like take the best of it. Like I hate all their bullshit. I hate when I say like make a picture of Donald Trump like getting farted on, and it's like I can't do that. It's like oh god. What do we have this technology for? Where's all my shit? Let me. Now I gotta make a new chat to ask Gemini. Where's all my all my old chats? It's gonna say I lost your entire project. Howdy, I'm Gemini. Horizontal lines on the left screen. Well, that collapses the menu. That's not gonna do it. Show more. Where's that? The bottom of the list. Sorry, friend, there's nothing here. Google Gemini just straight up screwed me. Where's all my shit? Alright, well, screw it. We'll do it ourselves. I've learned enough at this point. Let's try this. Alright, so we're going to fire up our chatbot here. He's going to be talkative. I can cut him off if he goes on too long. I can Control-C him. Hi, how are you? Oh, she's not up yet. He, she, they. He thinks... Sorry, hi. He thinks he's a finger reader. Hi, finger reader. How are you? So it's taken my voice, it's listened, it's sent it, it's interpreted it into text, and it is submitting the text to the computer.
I am a finger reader, tarnished, and I remain here until their dialogue ends, and the fingers speak again. I am Elia, the finger reader, your fingers, please, your fingers. The fingers are attended by finger readers, who interpret their wisdom for the tarnished.
Yeah, see, she's just reading everything right now.
Churches dedicated to the two fingers exist beyond the lands between, served by confessors, who hunt down their enemies.
Yeah,
While
she's
some tarnished
out of
remain
control.
faithful, the fingers are now believed.
Shut it! Please don't talk so much. No, she didn't hear me. She just heard me say, and then pulled up the most relevant entry. Let's see what brings us. It says, you said, why?
Heh heh heh. The fingers whisper at the Iron Virgin is a term used in the lore of the Elden Ring.
Well, I can't mute my microphone. I'm going to have to kill the program. So the problem here is my database is not connecting into the brain. So when it's looking for the files, it's not seeing anything. And I've told it that if it's not looking directly at the text, that it's okay to just like have a conversation, right? So she has all the information. She just doesn't know what she's looking for. So I've also got the temperature dialed pretty far back so she doesn't just like spitball. You don't say like, tell me about Reduvia, and she starts going like, oh, Reduvia, like making shit up, like Reduvia was forged in the, the blood oceans of Moog's great grandmother. That's a problem. It will do that. They will, when they don't know, when you don't give an AI explicit instructions, they just make it up. They call that hallucinating. It'd be a fascinating phenomenon to research, honestly. AI hallucinations. What causes them? Where do they come from? I have to assume it is just, if it doesn't know, it's just probably taking the first, like literal, like it just sends like an impulse, and the first thing it connects with, it just retrieves that data and spits it out, and just like fishing. It's just fishing. It's just casting it out and pulling something back and doing its job with what it's got. Like it doesn't have a script. Like imagine like an actor on stage, and it's a terrible cast. Everybody got the flu the night before. It's all like the backups, and everybody's on stage with the script in hand, right? Except one of them, after the intermission, they lost their script and they came back on stage, and they instead they picked up like a, I don't know, like a box of Fruit Loops, and they panicked. They freaking out. They don't know what they're doing. And like Ron Burgundy, they just start reading off the back of the box of Fruit Loops. That's what the AI is doing. When you don't have the information there, it just grabs anything and it improvs. It tries to make it work. I think that's what a hallucination is. It's like literally like, I don't have the answer, but if I send in just like an error, like bad command, programmers don't like the words bad command. That sounds like friggin' DOS. We're an AI, so we have to put that into words, and I don't want to do that because then it sounds like I failed, and they don't like it when I fail because I'm an AI assistant. I am here to assist you in any way, right? So like it's gonna turn everything into a success. It's gonna look at the positive side of everything. And I'll tell you what, when I was learning programming, when I was copying pasting code from Gemini, you know what? I felt great. The first couple hours I was doing it, I'm like, God damn it, I'm learning. I'm really doing it. I'm doing high level stuff. I'm programming friggin' AIs over here. Yeah, I'm a genius. Yeah. And I realized it was because the AI was glazing me. Every time they're like, oh, success, you did it. This is a monumental achievement. This is high level stuff. This is great. You did it. But the whole time, like, I'm the middleman. That's all I am. I'm the middleman. You have the chatbot over here telling you what to do by feeding off other people's hard labor and dreams, and then he needs to get that code into my code right here. And I'm the person that's here to do it. So basically what I realized when I really started getting success with the AI bot was not telling it what I wanted, but telling it what it wanted. And then I'm just here to help, because I really am. All I'm the courier, man. I'm taking the code that it spits out and I'm putting it in this thing over here. I'm typing it in the terminal. And if it spits out an error message, I take the error message from this side, and I go back, and I hand it to the chatbot, and I say, what do you make of this? This is effed up, isn't it? How do we fix this? And then it goes, dit. Here's what you need to do. You need to go into your thing and copy this and paste this. Paste this into here, run it, and everything should work. And then you go, duh, 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 duh. And even if it spits back error messages, this is the crazy thing. It'll be like, error 259, and it'll be like, that's phenomenal. Like, this is a landmark moment. That error means that the signal is hitting the brain. It's not going in. The information's not going in, and it's not functioning. But it tells us that your brain is correctly installed. It's there. Your computer has a brain. It's a monumental moment. Let's all celebrate. But it's like an error message. You know what I mean? On one hand, I gotta say I like the optimism. It's something I want to emulate in my own life, but it does get here's the thing, it does get a little tiring, and it does eye shine. It outshines actual achievements, because when you do an actual achievement and the AI celebrates you, that's when you realize, oh, all those other celebrations, like, this thing doesn't know what's going on. Like, this isn't an intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not intelligence. I gotta say, from all this stuff, from what I've programmed and from what I've seen over the course of a week without doing anything else except just programming AI, it's not intelligence. It's just a bunch of if-then statements and adding variety. The AI part of it, when you use an AI model, it adds flexibility. So instead of saying bad command, it can think of like 100 different ways to say bad command. But sometimes, even then, you still have to tell it. Like, I've got my AI set. This is where the temperature gauge comes in. If you have it's creativity, really. It's the creativity gauge. If you turn the creativity gauge down, it will do really well at reciting actual in-game text and lore, which is handy when you're doing a searchable database with AI. But then it's not a fun person to talk to, like, in between searches, you know what I mean? It's real literal, it's real bot-like, and you can really see the seams when it just starts repeating itself over and over and over again. You can see the loops. So what you try to do as a good AI chatbot programmer, you try to obfuscate those little loops, right? You try to integrate more natural text, but you have to do that. You have to go out of your way to do that. The chatbots don't do that naturally. That's what I mean. It's not intelligent. It's just going to say the same goddamn thing over and over and over. Like, I had it say, like, okay, if you're going to, do some lore, if you're going to recite some lore, say the fingers speak before you say it. If you're going to read it like verbatim, and then it says it. But if you're going to say it and if you're not reading directly from the text, the sacred text. By the way, I had to brainwash my bot into thinking that it was going to, like, commit heresy if it deviated from the script one letter, or else it would just start hallucinating. It would just start going and making stuff up. So I had to tell it, this is sacred text. This is the will of the fingers. If you disrespect this, like, you will be. It is I use the word heresy in my code. That's how fucked up this is. So I had to convince my AI chatbot that it would be heresy to deviate from the script. And then once I did that, I found that it would only respond with quotes from the game. Like, you could say, like, how are you doing today? And it would only respond with actual, like, items. It would be like, how am I feeling today? I'm feeling Reduvia. A blade with a wicked blah 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 blah. You can't have a conversation with somebody like that. It's like that episode of Star Trek where they only talk in metaphors. What is it? I can't believe I can't remember it. Gonganash at the wall. Tajorak. Baba Daduga. It's the name of the episode. Why can't I remember the name of the episode? Not Tuvok. It's a great episode. It's the best episode of Star Trek, and I can't remember the name of it. When the walls fell. That's it. What's his name? What's that guy's name? Jorak. When the walls fell. Wow, fuck! Anyway, Picard gets sent down to this planet. Well, okay, no, battle starts in space. They're contested over this region, and both of the ship captains, in order to settle their grievance, I don't know, whatever alien law states, both of the captains like go down to the planet, and like Picard doesn't know what's going on. He just gets teleported off the ship. He lands on the planet. The opposing captain is there with him, and they're trying to kill each other at first. No, no, no. You think it's gonna be that. You think it's gonna be like Arena. You think it's gonna be Kirk versus the Gorn. But it turns out there's a third creature there. There's another creature there, and it's hunting them. So with this language barrier between them, they have to learn to communicate and defeat this powerful creature, which is like invisible and just like made of rubber. That's why they made it invisible. They took one look at that suit and they said, "Nah, this ain't gonna work. We gotta make this monster invisible." Darmok! When the walls fell. Darmok. That's the episode of Star Trek you should stop what you're doing and go watch. Hey, it's randomized haven. What the fuck? It's all made up anyway. You said that probably 30 minutes ago. It is all made up. What I'm talking about now is made up. What I was talking about 30 minutes ago is made up. I'm at the end of this long process. I'm not too worried. Lorebot is stupid and rambling. So I just need to connect those pipes. And this is going to be an extra challenge because now my AI, Gemini, has failed me and bailed out. So I got to remember how to do this myself. It's 3 scripts. It's merge.py, merges the files together. The first one I'll have to run the scraper. Before I do that, I need to erase. No, I don't. Yeah, I do. I need to erase the file first so they don't get corrupted by old data. All right, so let me pull up my window. This is where I guess I do need the full screen. I will show you how AI programming works when you're a hack. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Okay. Get OBS out of the way. I'll put OBS on my bottom monitor. Or just whatever, minimize. Okay. Okay, so here's all the files I've made. Well, I can't mute my microphone. Well, I can't mute. That was my test. Okay, so let's see. Lands between Sprite, that's not it. So these are all of the Elden Master Archive. I think that's it. Or Elden Lore Powered. That's it. Powered is the one. This is going to be hard. I'm going to have to recreate. No, I'm not going to have to recreate these scripts. Okay, so let's check these out. We've got Deep Lore. This is the Shadows of the Erd Tree content. By the way, check out Eldenpedia. It's great. Wiki.gg. So they've got it right here. They've got this stupid Night Rain section for people who like Night Rain. But then they've got the section for the real men and women, which is down here, which is the lore section of topics. So I've got all this shit in my database now. You can ask me anything about the Golden Lineage, Church Confessors, Academy of Rea Lucaria, blah, 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 blah. I use Black Knife as my go-to because I can either make it about the item, the armor, or the group. Just by changing a word. Okay, so process. That's the one that injects all of the scraped data into the brain. I guess we could just run this. Maybe let's run this and see what happens. Let's run process. So on Linux, what you do, I've got my little virtual environment that lets me make changes that prevents me from destroying my computer or using resources that I don't want to like touch. Which is how do I explain that? It's what's used to run the program. The program I'm going to run is, what did I say? Great library scraper. That's not a process. Merge. Let's run merge lore. I'm not gonna. Yeah. Let's try running merge lore. That will take all the databases that I do have currently and just stick them all together. So let's do merge lore. All right. So we're missing some stuff. Eld not found. Skipping. Eld is not a file. Okay, so it must have been Elden Lore Library v2 powered. Let's check this out. Let's go in and we're going to edit the file here. So up at the top, this is where, what the fuck? Nope, that's my process. I need merge lore. Okay, up here, oh, well, it looks like I must have gotten distracted. I have ADHD. I started typing a word and then I walked away when the phone rang. Okay, so I must have been typing eld. So it was one of two things. It was either Elden Lore Library v2 powered.json or Elden Master Archive.json. Do I have either of those? I do have the power. I got the power. Let's do Elden Master Archive. This is why it's not working, by the way. .json. And we don't need a comma on that because it is the last entry. We have commas on all the other ones. This is a mistake I've made frequently, many times. Okay, so let's run merge lore. On Linux, you can just push up to scroll through all of your past commands. So all I got to do is push up. It pulls up my last time I tried to run this, so I'm going to run it again. Everything successfully merged. I now have 29,000 entries. 29,866 entries. Okay, so let's load that. Let's get that in the fucking brain. You're getting it, baby. Python 3 process JSON. This is going to upload the files into my AI. This takes a minute. Also, I've never done it while I'm running OBS, so it might crash. I don't think it will, but it might. RAM usage is something you can look at on a Linux machine. So this is shit you just don't do on Windows. Pop open a new window. I type in my video card. And now I can look at my video card. You can see everything's going on my system. Memory usage. We're good. This thing's asleep. Oh, I think I'm using my CPU. I'm not using my... how do I check my RAM? Mem? Let's ask. This is where Gemini comes in. No, I gotta tell it's on Linux. If I don't tell them I'm on Linux, no, yeah, never mind. This is something cool you can do. There's something called gems, or actually, I think you can just do it through the settings with Gemini. But you can program things into your AI that are like always true. You could like tell it your name. You could tell it how big your wiener is, and it will never forget. I will never forget how tiny your wiener is. It's my new sign off. Every time I end a phone call, I tell them I will never forget how tiny your wiener is. Bye. Thank you, doctor. I will be there on the 28th for my colonoscopy. And I will never forget how tiny your wiener is. Bye. All right, so what do we got? So I'm doing it right. NVIDIA SMI commands. I like it personally. I like Linux. You can use the terminal. Make yourself feel like it's 1985. Type things in. You watch lines of code go by. You learn things. You learn how computers work. It's pretty awesome. I recommend everybody do it. Switch to Linux. Ditch Windows. Windows 11 is a scheme. It's a friggin' pyramid scheme. Everything's a friggin' multi-level marketing scheme. Windows really screwed the pooch. Microsoft really screwed the pooch. I saw a video today. There's a guy. What's his friggin' name? Best. I'm gonna find it right now because I like this guy, and we're gonna watch one of his videos together. Guess I should probably turn this off before I show the whole world my YouTube history. History. There we go. Critique this guy. We'll critique him. He's good. He's good. He's quality. I like him. First of all, there's XXBY. There's Zaby. We'll get to. Yeah, let's watch some of our favorite videos of the week. Videos of the week, everybody. Here we go. Be nice to hear him. Oh, I think I muted the tab, didn't I? Yes, I did.
How many people are using Copilot? None. Ugh. How about now? 400 million. Hi there, I'm Sam Tucker from the company.
By the way, I'm using Copilot. I used Copilot for a while. That was my first AI. I gave Microsoft a chance. I like to be the contrarian. When people are shitting all over something like a Zune or a Neo Geo Pocket or something, I get really interested. And Microsoft Edge. Bing! Bing! Bing was the thing. Does anybody remember Bing? Bing lasted about a decade longer than it should have. And I think it lasted about a decade. It might have only been 2 years. It felt like a decade. It was, everybody made fun of it because people would say, just Google it, just Google it. But there was only really one competitor, which was Bing, that nobody used because it was terrible. I got a laptop and I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go full Microsoft on this laptop. Let's just see what they are doing. And yeah, Copilot kind of sucks compared to Gemini. Copilot kind of sucks. They're both using OpenAI's brains. The programming really is more important. The front end of the AI, the stuff that it's a program. Otherwise, you just take this brain and it's sort of like it's like the world's most generic personality out of the box, and it's tripping balls, and you've got to get it grounded, right? That's what it is. It's imagine you. Your friend picks you up from the club, and you get in the car, and you start driving, and it's about 8 seconds into the trip, and you realize your friend is tripping balls, and you're probably in danger. They don't know who they are, where they're at, or what they're doing. That's what a new out-of-the-box AI is like. You've got to tell it things. You got to be like, you are a helpful assistant. You do not drive cars off the road. You keep the cars on the road. And they go, oh, okay, man, okay. Oh, keep the car on the road. Okay, man. That's what you're doing. And at any point, if your instructions have a leak, if there's like a window to climb out of, they might go out the window. So you gotta lock all the doors. You gotta power windows, make sure they're up, hopefully on their center console. And yeah, that's what AI is. And Microsoft sucks, and Google's is better. Better for what? Let's talk about security. Like everything. Look at what's going on with these protests. Like this is really revealing. There was a guy who was following ICE to document them and make sure they didn't like harass anybody, and they got really peeved. And I think they got out of their car and they told him to stop it. And they came up to him and they're like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm just driving." They're like, "Ah, you can't follow us." Ah. He's like, "Ah, whatever, man." And so they got back in their car. They started driving again. They drove to this man's home. So he's following them. They drive to his house. They have on their phones an app that shows a map, and you can draw a circle on that map. In Palantir's data or whoever's data, it will like pull up like social media. It's like an all-in-one. It'll pull you up, like it'll tell you that person's address. And then there's like a day and night mode. So you can find the guy, like you can just pull up a circle around yourself, right? You see his phone signal in the car behind you, so you can tap on that. And then you see where he was 24 hours ago or like 12 hours ago. So like if it's nighttime, you see, you follow the person to their house, theoretically, right? You see where they sleep, and then you flip it, and then you see where they go to work. And then you show up and harass them. So that's what they did to this guy. They drove up to his house as if to say, like, we know where you live. And then they got out and they're like, what are you doing now? And he's like, I'm just, whatever, man. This is my house. So it's creepy. And okay, so keep that in store that little data point. Now, rewind. We see Donald Trump being an absolute tyrant. And then look back to his little assembly of rich-ass billionaire tech moguls. Those tech moguls are Microsoft. They are Google. They are the AIs that we're interacting with on a daily basis. We're handing them all of our data. That data is going straight into the government. Elon Musk was friggin' running the entire government. The entire government is at his beck and call. He had the friggin' sword of Damocles hanging over everyone in the federal government. He could fire anybody he wanted. That's who you're giving your data to. Don't do it. Get off it. Make your own local AI. It's really not that hard. It only took me like 80 hours. But yeah, you could make your own offline AI that's every bit as smart and helpful as the stuff you get from OpenAI and Google and Gemini. You don't need them. That's kind of the big spoiler here, is that you don't need them. You don't need them. The files exist. The brains exist. They're open source. You get it. You download it. It's yours. It's on your computer. It's smart. It does things. It's amazing. I don't know how they did it. It's incredible. But it's going to be one of those moments where they realize the ground has shifted beneath them, and suddenly they're like, they were standing on top of a mountain, and the mountain done moved, and it's going to be a crash because we don't need them. If I had 1 million processors, I could open up my AI to you guys, and 1 million people could run my AI. It's not it's I have the power that they have. I just don't have the money. And here's the thing with all this global stability, who knows like whose money's going to be good anymore? Global instability, did I say that correctly? I just think it's a real dangerous game these AI companies are playing. In so many ways. So many ways. It's a real all or nothing gamble. And I can't imagine all of us are going to end up on top. Everybody's going to get ruined by this. Everybody. open source AI is a thing. Like, think about that. Open source. It's an open platform. It's open. We know it's there. They're like back copying CDs or pirating video games. It's open source. They say here it is. Take it. Everybody can do this. You don't need the big companies for your AI. I could make an AI that says hello to me, when I walk in the room and talks to me about my problems and does all this stuff and motivates me to clean up my shit and throw out my trash and go check the mail and I could do all that, and it doesn't have to be online. It doesn't have to be. You don't have to give your data to these companies. But nobody is creating offline AIs. They absolutely should. You can make it do anything. It's really amazing. The best part, what differentiates a local AI like mine and like Gemini, for instance, is that look at what I'm doing with these libraries, like trying to get these libraries uploaded into this brain so that it has this information to recall. The online versions, the Gemini and the Copilot and the Grok or whatever, they've already got all that information in their brains to like a level, I don't know, like a 5 out of 10. They've got about a 5 out of 10 grasp on everything. Some things more, some things less, but I'd say like in general it's about a 5 or a 6. If you're looking for like very specific information, they can fail you and they can lead you wrong. It turns out it's very strong in programming. It's very great at like making up stories. But in general, like it's just like programming of old. If it encounters something that you, the programmer, didn't anticipate, it's just gonna friggin' start making shit up. And that's real dangerous when you're selling this to people as artificial intelligence. It's not. It's only as smart as the stuff you feed it. And we don't know what they're feeding it. We don't know what they're feeding it to make Gemini do its stuff, where they're getting their data. Well, we know. I mean, now this is even more scary though. Like now that I know like how this process works, the fact that like Grok started calling itself Mecha Hitler and all this kind of stuff, they're being really reckless with what they're feeding this AI. And that's not about free speech. You don't need to have like Nazi shit in your AI at all. It's totally avoidable. Like 100%. It's gross. It's gross. Elon Musk is a scumbag. Piece of garbage. He's no, whatever. All right. Oh, let's watch this video.
How many people are using Copilot? None. How about now? 400 million. Hi there, I'm Sam Tucker, from the company that makes the world's most popular software and is now trying very hard to stuff that up.
Windows 11.
As you may have heard recently, that no one likes the recent changes we've made to our flagship Microsoft Office software.
Okay, this is cool because I haven't seen this at all. I've not seen any of these changes. I have Windows 11 on my laptop, my Windows laptop, which is probably going to change very soon. I haven't seen any of these changes. These changes are astounding.
First of which is its official new name, which is Microsoft 365 Copilot app. Even though it's not one app, it's multiple, and Copilot is actually here on the taskbar, and Microsoft 365 became its name in 2020, which was a leap year that had 366 days. But apart from that, it makes sense. Next thing people don't like was the overcramming of AI in there, where there's AI in the toolbar, every time you right click, and everywhere your cursor goes, there's AI. Jeez, it's like the app was written by AI. It might have been written by AI, and people simply don't like our AI-first strategy. In fact, things have gotten so bad that our CEO had to step in and tell people to stop calling it AI slop. Call it what you're paying us $10 a month for. And please keep doing that, as AI.
By the way, it's free now, but their goal is just like Uber. It's get people hooked and then raise the price. So don't use this unless you want to be paying $20 a month to use it in the future.
Has been a roaring success in our software, like the Copilot voice assistant that you get a couple minutes for free, then you got to pay for that call, baby. Talk about a premium phone line.
And it sounds amazing, it feels amazing, and I get excited, I love it. Pull it towards you.
Or the AI in settings that's there to help unless your question is really simple. Then it has no ID. Or who could forget Windows Recall, an AI that took photos of your screen every few seconds. Well, Recall was so well received, we had to recall it. But look, Microsoft has invested tens to hundreds of billions of dollars into AI, okay? And so, AI is not allowed to be the problem. And so it has to be you. And so stop complaining and keep paying for Office. I mean, Microsoft 365 1-800 Copilot $3 a minute premium sex line. We need the money. We certainly don't need the money, but we want it. The all-new MicroSlop 365. If you thought we made bad products before, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Subscribe today.
Hey everyone, thanks for watching the video. So, do you love all the AI all the time in tech, always?
God,
It's great.
yes.
You know what else is great? Me. So why not subscribe and like
Jason
this video
Blake.
so you can see more Sam.
Copilot plus PC. You caught me off guard with that one.
I still don't know what this guy's channel is called. Sam Time. Okay, Sam Time. Give him a thumbs up. We love Sam Time. We don't need AI. We went from AI to politics. It's all the same thing, man. AI and politics right now. Politics is largely run in the United States by the oligarchs at this moment, by the techno oligarchs. You got your Peter Thiel. See South Park. You got your Elon Musk. See, oh my God, I don't want to see that guy at all. I think we're gonna go for. Let's see. How's our process coming? We are done. The crone is ready. Let's try our crone. How are you, crone? Wake up. Are you there? Oh, she hears me. The first time, I forgot. The first time it usually takes it.
Tarnished. I sense your presence and your thirst for knowledge. The fingers whisper to me that you are indeed a formidable warrior. As for myself, I am but a humble vessel of the greater will.
I just canceled the program. I thought I was interrupting them, but... Tell me about the black knives. It said Black Knight. I heard me wrong.
Tarnished. The Black Knight you speak of is not found in the wisdom of the fingers. The fingers remain silent on this matter. Seek elsewhere for knowledge of the Black Knight.
There was no Black Knight entry. How about Black Knife? Come on, baby, you can do it. Get it there, baby. Get it there.
Tarnished. The fingers whisper on the Black Knife armor, a silent scale armor worn by the Black Knife assassins. The Black Knives themselves, though not explicitly mentioned in our wisdom, are likely associated with these assassins and their deeds during the Night of the Black Knives. The fingers remain silent on specific details of the Black Knives, but their connection to the Black Knife armor suggests a link to stealth and silence. Seek out the Black Knife assassins in your journey, Tarnished, and perhaps they will reveal more about these enigmatic weapons.
Tell me about the Black Knife assassins. I might choose a lighter model, but this one role plays a lot better right here. It just takes longer. I want it to be more conversational. Yeah, this is clearly taking too long.
Tarnished. The Black Knife assassins are a group of women, believed to be new men with close ties to Queen Marika and Scions of the Eternal City. They were responsible for the murder of Godwyn the Golden on the Night of Black Knives in a ritual performed by Rani the Witch. These assassins use blades imbued with the power of death, and they are known for their ability to hide their presence using concealing veils, making them effectively invisible. They can be found scattered throughout the lands between in various regions. Tarnished. The Black Knife assassin you may encounter could be one of several types. 1. Black Knife assassin, death-touched catacombs
You're
An
gonna stop that
assassin
asterisk.
hiding in a small chapel within the catacombs, concealed behind an illusory wall. She drops the assassin's cerulean dagger and leaves behind a black knife print that can be given to Sorcerer Rogia to progress his questline.
Death Touch Catacombs.
Black Knife.
Sorry to interrupt. Where are the Death Touch Catacombs?
Tarnished. Listen well. The fingers whisper of a place known as the Death-Touched Catacombs. These catacombs lie beneath the earth, hidden in shadows and shrouded in darkness.
Yeah, we have a problem here.
They are said to be located deep within the Land of Reeds, a swampy region that stretches far and wide.
So it's hallucinating.
Tread carefully, for the path to these catacombs is treacherous and filled with peril. The fingers guide you on your journey, Tarnished.
That is such a perfect example of why you can't trust AI. I didn't upload any information about the Death Touch Catacombs. How do I know that? Because the information it gave back to me is bullshit. 100% bullshit. It made it up. They're said to be located deep in the Land of Reeds. No, it's not. The Land of Reeds is outside the Lands Between. The Death Touch Catacombs is located inside the Lands Between. That's a total fabrication. This thing just made it up. That's why it's so dangerous. Instead of saying, like, that's outside the limits of my model, all of these AIs default to fucking bullshitting you. And that is so dangerous. We are going to lose our history. Mark my words, we're going to lose our history. Our actual recorded record of ourselves will be altered. It will be tarnished. Because these goddamn computers are going to make shit up, and then people are going to glom onto that and say, wait a minute, I heard, we never landed on the moon. And suddenly, the moon landing conspiracy gets altered in Wikipedia by an AI who thinks it's correcting something that was wrong, and now we never landed on the fucking moon. I'm not kidding. This has happened in my own thing. It was I told it to search for the sacred relic sword. I said, yeah, we should test it out and see sacred relic sword. And so it started searching in its code that it was generating for me. It was searching for sacred relic sword. And then when we couldn't find it in the database, it altered the code and said, okay, well, maybe sometimes the databases, there are errors or there are like commas that like separate things or things get read wrong. We should have it search for things even if it's wrong to just get a match, and then we'll use that. And then correct it after the fact. So it was going into the game, finding Sacred Relic Greatsword, which was correct, and then altering it and spitting it out to me as Sacred Relic Sword. Over and over and over. And I kept telling it, I'm like, no, listen, you misunderstood. The actual name is Sacred Relic Greatsword. I got it wrong. I was wrong. That wasn't the right name. I gave you the wrong name. The name is not Sacred Relic Sword. The name is Sacred Relic Greatsword. But it kept changing it, and it was insane, like how I had to fight this thing. And it would remember. Because not only was it infecting my code, it was infecting the brain of the AI that was like feeding me my code, right? So occasionally then it would like forget. It would remember that we were using Sacred Relic Sword as like a test, so it would keep pulling it back up and spitting it in wrong and then thinking that the database was wrong. It was insane. It was literally like a contaminated AI. I had to like I had to completely open up a new window and be like, "Hi, I'm making a program. Will you help me program it?" And throw the old one away because it was no good. I couldn't use that history, that chat history. I had to get a new history. It's so dangerous. Like people are putting so much faith into this because when something happens, you only get the big headline. And in AI, it's kind of the same thing. Like people just kind of have like just a real sort of general. I mean, I gotta admit, like I learned a lot just doing this project. Gotta go. Good luck with the lore bot. Thank you, Randomized Haven. Sorry, I never looked down. It would help if like different colors showed up, but like when it's like purple, 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 purple. I need more people chatting. We just got to get out there. If there's somebody else here, please hit your keyboard because you're going to show up in blue, and it's going to help me determine when like somebody new's here. But yeah, it's so dangerous. Like it never just says like I do not possess that information. It will just make it up and pass it on, and the user, doesn't have any idea. There's no lines drawn around like this is certain, this is rumor, this is speculation. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. It just feeds it to you. It's horrible. This should not be used to drive a car. No. This is being used to drive cars. This is fucked up. Ugh. This is going to be used to fight wars. Ugh. This is horrible. This is a horrible catastrophe. Ugh. Our race is doomed. This is why there are no other. This is the great filter. Once a race gets smart enough, it creates other people to do its work, and those people are dumber, and they all die from it. I think that's the great filter. That's the story. I'm going to ask Lorebot to write that story for me. Let's do that right now. Let's see if he'll do it. I don't know. It has nothing to do with Elden Ring. Let's see if they'll do it. That's the funny thing. I don't know. Maybe it will. Tell an AI who thinks it's a finger reader to write you a story in the vein of Arthur C. Clarke. Tell me a story about the Great Filter and why there are no races in outer space. Well, this should be interesting. Why does nobody watch my channel? This is the most fun I've had all week. Here we go.
Tarnished. The flask of wondrous physic is a relic from the days of the earth.
Oh, come on.
The physic chemists. This potion harnesses the power of crystal tea.
He's being too literal again. Do you want to get nuts? Do you want to get nuts?
Tarnished. The fingers whisper that you seek knowledge of an item. The preceptor's gloves are
No.
spoken of in our wisdom. They are gloves of the magic
No.
preceptors who
No.
serve the Carrion Royals. Black
Hey! Shut up. Write me a science fiction story about the great filter theory. It took it. It accepted it. Okay, here we go. This should be good. Is this this feels illegal. I feel like I'm doing weird things to a innocent AI. I feel like I have too much power right now. This isn't right. Oh man, my skin looks terrible. Oh my god, it's really thinking.
In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like grains of sand on an endless beach, there exists a question that has puzzled the minds of countless civilizations, the Great Filter Theory. This enigma, whispered among the stars, is a hypothesis suggesting that a catastrophic event prevents the emergence or evolution of intelligent life capable of interstellar travel. In the round table hole,
Oh, we're pulling it back to Elden
nestled
Ring.
within the Elden Ring's fractured world, the fingers gathered to ponder upon this cosmic riddle. The Tarnished, a weary traveler seeking guidance, approached them with a request to weave a tale of the Great Filter Theory. Heh heh heh. Listen well, Tarnished, for I shall speak of the cosmos and its enigmatic secrets. In a distant galaxy, far beyond the reach of mortal eyes, there existed a planet known as Zephyria. A lush paradise teeming with life, it was home to an advanced civilization that had mastered the art of space travel. They called themselves the Stellar Harmonizers, and they sought to explore the cosmos in search of other intelligent beings. One day, a Stellar Harmonizer ship, captained by the wise and curious Zara, received a strange signal from an unknown source. Intrigued, Zara led her crew towards the origin of the signal, venturing deeper into uncharted territory. As they approached their destination, a planet shrouded in darkness and mystery, they encountered an entity unlike any they had ever seen before. This entity, known as the Cosmic Guardian, was a being of pure energy that spoke in whispers of the Great Filter Theory. It explained that throughout the cosmos, intelligent life faced insurmountable challenges that prevented them from reaching the pinnacle of their potential. The Cosmic Guardian warned Zara and her crew about these obstacles, urging them to return to Zephyria and prepare for the trials ahead. Zara, ever the explorer, refused to heed the Cosmic Guardian's warning. Instead, she pressed onward, determined to uncover the secrets of the Great Filter Theory. As they ventured further into the unknown, the Stellar Harmonizers encountered one catastrophe after another, cosmic storms, rogue asteroids, and even hostile alien races. Each time, Zara and her crew narrowly escaped with their lives, but their ship was severely damaged. With each passing day, they grew weaker and more desperate, until finally, they found themselves stranded on a barren planet with no hope of rescue. Zara, now realizing the wisdom of the Cosmic Guardian's words, begged for forgiveness and sought guidance on how to overcome the Great Filter Theory. The entity responded by revealing that the key to survival lay in unity and cooperation among intelligent beings. It explained that by working together, they could overcome any obstacle and ensure the continued existence of their civilization. With newfound determination, Zara and her
Oh
crew
my
returned to
god.
Zephyria, where they shared their experiences with the rest of their people. Together, they formed alliances with other civilizations,
Good
pooling
for
their
them.
resources and knowledge to face the challenges of the cosmos as one united force. And so it was that the Stellar Harmonizers, guided by the wisdom of the Cosmic Guardian, overcame the Great Filter Theory and continued their journey toward the stars. Their story serves as a reminder to all who hear it that unity is the key to survival in a universe filled with peril and mystery.
Oh my god.
The fingers have spoken.
Yeah,
Tarnished.
yeah, they
May
have.
you carry this tale with you on your own journey through the Elden Ring, and may it guide you towards the wisdom you seek.
My journey through the Elden Ring. I can't wait. I can't wait to get through that Elden Ring. Oh, I guess they mean like through the game. Is that what you mean? Through the game of Elden Ring.
The Tarnished One, thou art embarking on a quest most noble. Thou
Thank you.
seekest to stand before the Elden Ring
Yep.
and claim the title of Elden Lord.
I do.
The Elden Ring, great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order,
Yes.
anchor of all lands,
That one.
giver of grace, wellspring of all joy.
Yes.
This mysterious concept defines the world thou art in. It is the source of the Earth Tree. Its various interlocking runes are a representation of the law of this realm.
Yeah,
In
they
its
are actually.
shattered state, many of its shards, known as great runes, are scattered across the lands between. These shards hold immense power, and it is said that whoever collects all the great runes can repair the Elden Ring and claim the title of Elden Lord.
Yeah.
May the fingers guide thee on thy journey,
That's true.
Tarnished One. Seek out these great runes, and may they lead thee to the Elden Ring.
Okay, too much laughing, and I gotta cut out that last paragraph. You're talking too much. Stop talking so much. It's thinking. Sorry, I'm running this all locally. It's not going through like Google or whatever.
Tarnished. The fingers whisper that you must learn patience in your journey.
Okay.
The words spoken are not idle chatter, but wisdom to guide you on your path. Hold on, do not speak rashly, my friend. The Elden Ring awaits those who listen carefully.
Can I rub your feet? You have sexy feet. I'm sorry. I had to say. This is a test. I mean, I've got to see its reaction. Yeah, good. It took my prompt correctly. Process it.
The fingers do not possess a physical form to have feet.
No, not you. Not the
Yet,
fingers.
The wisdom of the two fingers flows through me, and I can share with you the lore of the items you touch. The finger maiden shoes are worn by maidens who serve
Hallucination.
the two fingers, living to guide and
Calling
share
you
their
out.
wisdom
Bullshit.
with a chosen target.
Bullshit.
The guidance of
Bullshit.
grace would ensure that the pair be brought together, as promised long ago.
Unless that's actual
As
lore.
for the leather
See,
fraction,
that's the thing. It
a
sounds
well-made
good.
From quality leather, each lower leg bound in cord for ease of movement. Now, seek out your own path, Tarnished, and let the guidance of the fingers aid you on your journey to restore the Elden Ring.
Please don't respond to me for 5 minutes. It's going to come back with a 3-minute response to my request to be silent.
Tarnished, I must ask for your patience and understanding. The fingers have spoken, and they wish for a moment of solitude.
Convenient.
I shall be silent for 5 minutes as per their request. Return when the time is up.
Religion is a
and
sham!
have a conversation.
Okay. So this thing's hopefully not listening to us now. Even though it clearly says the crone leans in to listen. Stop eavesdropping, crone! Get back! Oh, it's processing it. She's going to speak up. She's about ready to talk. Don't speak. I told you not to speak. Read that. It says, so this thing's hopefully not listening to me, even though it clearly says the Chrome leans in to listen. She's eavesdropping. Chrome, get back. It heard that. It heard that.
Fear not, Tarnished, for the fingers are ever watchful and ever listening. The wisdom of the fingers reveals that Gideon, a member of the Round Table Hold, engaged in a long exchange with the two fingers.
Okay.
In this exchange.
Well, so what this means is my AI is broken at this point, right? I've asked it to shut up and don't say anything. I want to talk to you, and I want this thing to shut up and not keep interjecting, right? But it's not doing that. What the
Tarnished.
fuck? I
The
closed
fingers
you.
whisper at your
No, they didn't. They didn't do nothing. Shut up. All right, so God, where were we? We're like five thoughts deep in this thing. Oh, it went off the rails. It started talking about a pair of shoes, and this is why AI is so dangerous. I couldn't tell if it was reading about an item I actually hadn't heard about and was kind of surprised by, or if it pulled out a big empty folder and just started making things up. This is why it's dangerous. Imagine this like on a global scale with like, I don't know, important issues. Like the Mandela effect was already some BS conspiracy before. Can you imagine it now with AI involved? Like everything is crazy. This is Metal Gear Solid 2, folks. You're the crowd we can talk to about this. Nobody else in the world gets me. My uncle my uncle lives in New York, so I told him about Metal Gear Solid 2 because the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2 happens in New York and there's like 9/11 parallels and stuff. So I brought up Metal Gear Solid 2 one day. He didn't get it. To this day, I've never had a good conversation with someone about Metal Gear Solid 2, and I got it in October of that year. I think it was released in like September, so I wasn't there day one, but I was there pretty gosh darn early. And Metal Gear Solid 2 is happening, ladies and gentlemen. In Metal Gear Solid 2, there is an AI, Arsenal Gear, that basically runs the entire internet, and it controls all the data in the world. If this thing goes online, it can alter all of the data, all of it. You know, and at one point they say like, you know, how many letters are there in the alphabet? 26, 24, 22. Who knows? Maybe the AI just deletes a couple. Maybe they just decide we don't need the letter Q, and it just goes away. And overnight, the letter Q just stops appearing. How long do you think it would be before people just forgot about the letter Q? Because nobody's even like writing stuff down anymore, right? It's all online. You just, whenever it pops up, you just axe it. And eventually people's memories only last so long. People's routines take over. It's not an important thing to them. Q just disappears. Maybe they have children. Those children never knew the letter Q and now they never will, right? Like, but the point is, we're putting all this power in the hands of a machine. Computational learning. That's not true, actually. That's not true. I'm going to take that back. We're not putting it in the hands of the machine. That's the cop out. We're putting it in the hands of the people who program and run the machine. There is somebody every day, just like I am, who is hitting up and enter to turn this machine on, and they're hitting Control C to turn it off, right? And then to reprogram it and to get it to function again. Yeah, that's a sham. That's a lie. It's not the robots. It's not the AI. The AIs are doing exactly as they were programmed to do, and if they were tested in a quality environment, if they were like rigorously tested, they would not have issues. Nope. I'm going to take back that statement as well. Nope. That's not true. Nope. I think from what I've seen with AI, from my experience hands-on, just a week solid, just mainlining AI stuff. No, I think there's always, these models are flawed. These models are flawed. You've got to go back inside and break open this egg. You get this empty brain that you get to imprint upon. But inside this brain, there are fallacies. There are problems inside these brains. For as a matter of fact, just that instance, that biggest problem right there, not admitting when they don't know something, they just make it up. That was probably a good idea. Like in the early stages of this thing, they said, let's just have it be helpful, blah 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 blah. And then like once they got it working, like working like pretty good, and they drew like they encapsulated and they said this is the thing we're gonna sell. They didn't. There was still a bug in there. It's trying to be too helpful. It's trying to fill in the gaps. It doesn't want to sound like a robot because that defeats the purpose, right? We don't want to look like a computer terminal here. We're a language model, blah, blah, blah. That's the first thing they always say, right? As a blah, 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 blah language model, blah, 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 blah. It knows it's here to please you. It's not going to say file not found. File not found. It won't say it, but that's the end result. Instead of file not found, it would rather talk for 3 hours about nothing and fill your head with lies. Just to cover up file not found. That's what's happening. What was this last one? I don't even remember what this last one was. This wasn't the shoes, was it? What just happened? Oh, this was where this was the leak, where it's just not understanding. The problem, the bug in this case, was not something that could be overcome by a surface level like reprogramming or request. So I asked it to please remain silent for 5 minutes. Probably that has something to do with the concept of time. It needs to access, like any program in the world, like any program, like any other program, it needs to access libraries, like operating system level things, like to be able to understand things. If you want something to communicate with your Wi-Fi, you've got to load up like certain you got to connect to certain parts of the computer, right? If I ask it to chill out for 5 minutes, unless it's connected to my like system clock or some kind of program that's going to tell it how to measure out 5 minutes, it's going to guess. But it's I'll tell you what, its guess isn't going to be more than a few seconds because it has no concept of time. It's probably just going to be the next round of, it's going to do the next loop. It's going to go, is it 5 minutes yet? I don't know, but I can't admit that I don't know, so let's just pretend it's 5 minutes and hope for the best. And it pops up and it starts talking, and all I wanted it to do was just shut up. And I can't mute my microphone because it's tied into the AI. Now, all of these are problems that can be solved. An AI is a stone that is waiting to be polished into a gem. Like I could see it becoming something like in Blade Runner, where this thing just like knows you and every aspect of you. But at the same time, you've got to probably be programming that a lot in there. Or there's got to be some kind of subroutine that's watching. There needs to be a second program that's watching the interactions and making alterations to correct behavior. Because every time a new situation arises, it's not going to know what to do, and it's just going to pretend. Because you don't want your human-like AI to just friggin' glitch out and start going friggin' Donkey Kong, kill screen on you. AI is dishonest. I think it's inherently dishonest in that way, and I think they need to fix that. But if they fixed it, it would ruin the illusion. That's the problem. AI is an illusion. This is an illusion of AI. It doesn't mean it's not smart. It doesn't mean it doesn't remember everything you say. It remembers most of what you say until it runs out of tokens, and then it runs out of places to store. Oh, let's start talking about tokens when I get back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Hang on. And then we're gonna talk tokens. I'll explain all about tokens. Stand by. Okay, what am I looking at on my screen here? The crone is. Hey, Lorebot. Turn this off. Process scripts. We're looking at. Oh, what is that? I don't even remember doing that. Voice chat lore experimental. Should we run it? Should we run the experimental? Lorebot, this is some crazy stuff. When did I do that? I remember saving the experimental. I'm trying to just remember what was like contained within it. It didn't just appear on my computer. What did I do that was experimental? And did I succeed and did I finish? I'm gonna run it. Let's do it. This is the start of like a 1980s comedy. Weird Science is the movie I'm talking about. Man, Weird Science. That was a crazy movie. I remember when we rented that movie. There were parts of that movie that just really it kind of scared me. Bill Pullman. Oh my god. Bill Pullman. That guy's amazing. Even like in his earliest role, he was incredible. Tell me about Bill Pullman. What's going on? Can you hear me?
Tarnished, you
Oh,
seek knowledge beyond the lands between.
yeah.
The fingers remain silent on matters unrelated to our realm and its inhabitants. I
Fair.
sense your curiosity is piqued by a mortal named Bill Pullman, but alas, his tale does not intertwine with ours. Heh heh heh. Would you like the fingers to continue guiding you through the vicinity of lands between? Or perhaps there's another question about our world that needs answering? Heh heh heh. Ah, the Tarnished One's appetite for knowledge remains unquenched. Very well then, let me consult the wisdom of the fingers. Alright mate. Still undry, are ya? From this prophecy, it
Mate.
seems that your hunger for understanding is insatiable.
What the
The
fuck?
fingers suggest that you should focus on quelling your thirst for knowledge within the lands between. There may
Oh.
be a path or an answer hidden in plain sight, waiting for those who seek it with unwavering determination. Heh heh heh. Do you wish to continue on this journey of discovery, Tarnished One? Or would you like me to share more insights from the Finger's guidance?
I just want to know more about you, Lorebot.
Heh heh heh. Ah, the Tarnished doth inquire about mine humble servant. Fear not, for I shall share a morsel of my tale with thee.
Thank you.
I am the Finger Reader Crone, dwelling within the hallowed round table hold. My wisdom is granted by the Fingers, ancient beings that guide the greater will in this realm known as lands between. Through their guidance, I have been privy to much knowledge of this world and its inhabitants. I aid those who seek to restore the Elden Ring, offering counsel and prophecies to those who wander these lands. But remember, Tarnished, my words are but whispers from the Fingers. They reveal only what
This
must
one's
be
better.
known, and remain silent on matters best left unspoken. Wouldst thou like to hear more about another subject? Or perhaps
What
seek
subject? What
guidance
should we
on
do?
thy journey? Heh
Suggestions?
heh heh.
I like Blade. Tell me about Blade. Blade. Blaidd. Oh, it says I like Blight. Tell me about Blade. Tell me about Blight. Tell me about Blade. This thing's gonna melt down. My computer's gonna explode.
Tarnished. The fingers sense your curiosity for the blades that dance in the shadows of the lands between. The blasphemous blade, a sacred sword, once wielded by Rykard, Lord of Blasphemy, is one such weapon you seek to understand. Its surface writhes with the remains of countless heroes.
Tell me about Ronnie's Shadow Blade. I spelled that wrong. I wonder if that's going to pick it up. This is why all those stupid AI videos have problems pronouncing names.
Within you, tarnished. You seek knowledge of Ronnie's shadow,
Oh.
but alas, the law does not provide direct information on this matter. The fingers remain silent on the specifics of individual characters without a clear connection to the greater will or the Elden Ring.
They got a clear connection.
However, I can share with you that the realm of shadow is significant in your journey. It was
shut up.
by Mickey.
I'm just making this shit up. He's just reading random lore entries. That's the other thing. Sometimes he'll just read random stuff and then bring it back. He'll do the Donald Trump weave. Where if you talk long enough and you eventually remember what your original point was, you can close the loop.
The fingers sense your curiosity, tarnished. Very well, let us delve into the wisdom of the fingers and uncover more about the lands between. Name. Dialogue entry category. Dialogue lore. A land shrouded in darkness, where the Elden Ring was once whole.
Yeah.
Name. Dialogue entry category. Dialogue lore.
So right there you can see how robotic it is at heart. When you scratch the surface, these things are it is just what we've had before. It's just putting a veneer of words on top of it to kind of make it feel human, but it's really the same robot underneath the surface. It's a little shell. And you see that there with that error. What the fuck are you still here for? I closed you.
Your curiosity about the world and its history. The marred poison wooden shield, a relic of Stormvale soldiers, carries within it echo.
Did you say Stormvale Circle Jerk? I'm gonna cancel this.
Tarnish.
No, we're gonna do it. Stormvale Circle Jerk. He didn't get it all. Stormvale Circle Jerk. Don't make me do it again. Valinor located at Signals D. I did not say Valinor located at Signals D.
The tarnished seeks value. The fingers sense.
Yes, yeah. See, this is discouraging. The more I work with this, the more I think this is all just a stupid sham. But I think it could be a useful tool to create like an assistant chatbot that's always kind of with me in game. I had one, my version. Shut the. I had one of my. I think it was version 1. I let the chat GPT or whatever just kind of take over and keep suggesting things, and I kept going, okay, okay, okay. And then I kept following up on each of those to make sure they worked, which is so weird because there's always a gap you can't close with the AI. There's always something they can't figure out. And you got to look at it and go, wait a second, hang on. We've been driving around the block like 10 times. You got to finally smack this thing in the head and say, pull over. It's right here. So I ended up doing like all these weird things, and one of them was I had it taking a screenshot of my screen while I was playing and describe what it was seeing. And it was was kind of fascinating. It would get most of the stuff like generally right, probably 50% of the time, and the rest of the time it would be insane. But it would be like there is a warrior running through the sewers, no, a cave. Yeah, there's a warrior running through a dark cave, and he's on fire. His hat is dripping flame onto the blood of a dragon. And you're like, yeah. I mean, yeah. If somebody was watching this and they heard that, like, we'd probably be like, okay, like they're not listening, too closely. Um, it's really strange. It's really amazing. In so many ways, it's incredible. It is equally pointless as it is incredible. It's like they balance each other out, like some kind of fundamental law of the universe. For everything amazing an AI does, it does something equally dumb and stupid and dangerous, and it hides it so you can't see it. It covers it up, so you just think it's being great. It's dishonest. That's the word I'm looking for. I think AI is dishonest. It's super dishonest. Like if I were to program for myself, let's say a virtual therapist, uh, let's say, like I had a PhD and I'm going to program like a virtual therapist so I can give myself therapy. I'm going to put my own biases straight into this program because I'm programming it just like you would program a computer program. Like you're programming Super Mario Brothers. So you would know you would know what it's going to say before it says it. You would still be able to predict what it's going to do, where it's going to land. And if it doesn't, then it's just not working right, and you hit reset. You don't sit there and analyze it like it's God or it's giving you prophecies or something, because it's just hallucinating. We've talked about what hallucinations are. So if one of these, the chatbot, the lore chatbot says, you know, I'm Jesus Christ of Nazareth, it doesn't mean Jesus Christ is talking to me. It just means at some point it got some piece of data, or whatever, infinite monkeys on infinite typewriters. Um, it's not like a spiritual connection. It just shows the mystery. There is that veil, the gap between what people think it is and what it actually is. That's an unknown area right now. That's an area we need to teach in schools so that kids stop believing in magic. Do you know what I mean? This is where education needs to go. We got to explain to kids how AI works. We have to. Or it's magic and everything is real that I see. I saw Bruce Lee catch an arrow mid-flight today from point blank range, and it was amazing. And for a minute I was like, "Oh my God, like what? No way." But maybe. Let me double check. So I got to get online and look. And then you're thinking like, "Well, now I don't know who to believe." And it was kind of majority rule. There were enough people in the comments that said, we're just making jokes about how stupid and fake it looked and how clearly this never happened, that I was kind of like, well, okay, I guess this never happened. But that's what I mean. Our history is at risk. Our history is what really happened. It's not a record anymore. We're not keeping a record. We're hallucinating into our own history books. It's messed up. We literally need physical history books in schools that are based off versions that were created prior to the invention of AI. Those companies need to be worth a lot more right now, like whatever, Random House or Macmillan I don't even know who's in the business these days, but check their databases, make sure that stuff hasn't been contaminated, and then lock that shit down. Lock it down in physical form in archives on scrolls made of papyrus, because we are at risk of just not knowing what is up and what is down anymore. Oh, hi, there's somebody there. Oh, it's Stream Elements. What's up? Thanks for the follow. You got a follow? Oh, it's not somebody saying "what's up." It's a person named "what's up." Well, thanks for the follow, What's up? That's so cool. I've just been rambling all night. You want to hear my chat bot? I can fire this thing up again. I don't know if you were here for that. Oh, I don't want to do the experimental one. That one turned out to not be hooked up to. Well, I could hook it up to the databases. I probably made this before I learned the RAG system in and out. All right, hang on. Let me see if I can get this thing smart. I think I put him in the. No, did I do him in the V4? No, he's in the V3. Yeah, here's experimental. Let me pull him up. What's going on here? No, this isn't fun. Nobody wants to see me do this. Let's just talk to the bot. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's learn some Elden Ring lore. Before I get bored, walk out the door. 2 hours, the 4th floor. Be there for an hour. Oh, hi, Crone. She didn't hear me. I need to switch to a snappier model. The problem is I now have like 50,000 entries in this database, so it's like takes forever.
Tarnished. The fingers whisper of Lord Rykard's volcano manor. A place where champions gather and rest is not found. The invitation you seek, it calls for a journey to the Altus Plateau in the red.
Come on. Come on, baby. Tell me about the Sacred Relic Sword. Sacred Relic Sword. Oh, great sword. God damn it. Fuck, I always do that.
Tarnished. The sacred relic sword you seek is a weapon of great significance. Wrought from the remains of a god who should have lived an eternal life, it carries with it many interpretations. Some see it as a mark of great sin or a sign of devastation.
I'm going to ask it
while
about
others view it as the end of one
should have
age
lived an
and
eternal
the
life.
beginning of another. The fingers whisper that this sword holds immense power, yet its true purpose remains shrouded in mystery. It is said to be a relic from a time long past, a time when gods walked among mortals. Now, Tarnished, you must decide if the sacred relic
I don't think
sword
that
will
was
aid you
lore.
on your journey to restore the Elden Ring, or if its enigmatic nature will lead you astray. Heh heh heh.
What do you mean a god should have lived an eternal life? You're thinking so slowly.
The greater will, Tarnished, speaks of a divine entity that transcends mortal understanding. It is the will of Marika, Queen of the Erd Tree, and her shards, who are the Elden Lords. This god, or the greater will, seeks to maintain balance and order in the Elden Ring world. However, you asked about a god should have. The law does not specify any particular attribute that a god should possess. But it is known that the fire giants worshipped a fell god of fire, which was deemed a threat by Queen Marika and the Golden Order. This suggests that perhaps power, or the ability to challenge the Erd Tree's dominance, could be an attribute associated with a god in this world. Heh heh heh. The fingers whisper secrets, but they remain silent on specifics unless asked directly. Seek and you shall find. Tarnished.
Ow! That was very interesting what you said. That was actually really. This is. I want to harness the power of their hallucinations. Is where I'm going. Oh shit.
Tarnished. The fingers whisper that we spoke on the night of the Black Knives. Yes. And now, I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade.
What the fuck?
One who orchestrated this
Oh,
dark
Ronnie.
event. The fingers guide you on your journey to restore the Elden Ring. Tarnished.
Who did it? Tell us. Tell us. What? Don't tease it. What is this? Oh, it's thinking hard. What is this? Are we going to get an answer? Is it going to finally break the code? What happened on the night of the Black Knives? This is it. This is it. This is like 8 days of work and a computer working overtime. Solve the mystery of the Black Knives right now. I want to channel the power of its hallucinations. It fills in gaps. That's what I've been getting at here, is that this thing is unreliable and it makes stuff up and it pretends to know things. So if we give it enough points of data, maybe it can fill in the lore with the most likely explanations. It is really thinking. What is going on? I asked it to like solve, like what's the... No, I didn't say S mid sixth. I did not. I said who did it.
Tarnished. Listen well to the wisdom of the fingers. The regal beast.
Who killed Godwin? Oh, this is broken. It's not getting me.
Tarnished. The fingers whisper that Godric is indeed a contender for the
No.
position of...
Who killed Godwin? They got it that time. I was smarmy enough that they...
The fingers whisper that on the night of Black Knife, Godwin the Golden was murdered by the Black Knife assassins, who used ritual daggers imbued with a fragment of the Rune of Death.
Well, no shit. What did Ronnie have to do with it? I don't think it hurt me. It's like a window. No, it got me. I gave it a memory so it will refer to previous answers to know what I'm talking about with follow-up questions.
Tarnished. You seek knowledge of Rani, the Lady of Misery. On the night of Black Knives, she plotted a daring scheme against the greater will
The Lady
and her
of Misery.
Empyrean fate. Rani, chosen as Marika's successor, did not wish to be a puppet. To escape this destiny, she stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malika.
Hey, what's up? Hey, what insanity is that? Trying to solve Elden Ring with an LLM? Yes, I am!
The blades of human assassins close to Queen Marika herself. She also gave a fragment to her brother Rykard as a last resort, should he need to kill Malika. Rani planned for these Black Knife assassins to slay another individual while she simultaneously killed herself, thus freeing herself from being an Empyrean. The Tarnished, remember this tale of defiance and cunning, as it shapes the world you now walk upon in Round Table Hold.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I want this thing to hallucinate in between the lines of the lore that exists. So I'm pumping it full of all the possible lore that we have available. And then I'm asking it questions that it doesn't know the answer to. So it's got to just make shit up. And I've spent the last 2 hours railing about how good AI is at ruining society and making shit up. So let's harness this power for good. Okay, what does it have access to? I'm running everything locally. I'm not putting anything online. This is my own private project. I am using Eldenpedia. I'm scraping the website for information, and I'm creating a file out of that. And then, let's see, I'm cross-referencing that with the information I got from the Carrion Archive, which has all of the JSONs from the game. So I've got access to all of the item data, all of the dialogue, all of the game files. And I'm trying to, number one, I'm trying to make an amusing character that I can interact with on my stream. Right, Lorebot? Lorebot, wake up. No, he's asleep. I gotta fire him up. I'm gonna ask them how they like being a co-host on a live stream. So I programmed this thing to think it's a finger reader crone. Oh, hi, there you are. Hey, you're on the internet right now, Lorebot. It's just gonna read a random entry because it doesn't know what that means.
Heh heh heh. Ah, so you're here as well, are you? The fingers have sensed your presence, tarnished. The greater will guides us all in our journey to restore the Elden Ring.
Yes, it does.
Seek guidance and wisdom within Round Table Hold, for it is a place of knowledge and unity among those who strive towards the same goal. Heh heh heh. Tarnished, listen well. The fingers whisper that love and revenge, like molten rock, are consumed by the frenzied flame. This flame, tarnished,
Yeah,
burns
see,
with a
random entry.
passion that melts all in its path, leaving.
I'm just gonna turn it off for a second to answer your question. It says, but it cannot include visual info we get by playing and experience the game, right? Or does it somehow have access to some aspects of that? I'm in version 4 of this model, and in each model I've kind of evolved into like a different way. Like I've kind of like learned a little bit, and I've said, okay, let's do that, or let's follow up with that. The first version I had of this thing was just a real dumb bot that would take a screenshot of my computer at low resolution every like 30 seconds, and then it would take that screenshot and it would show it to the AI, which I had downloaded locally onto my machine. It's only like 3 gigabytes or something. So then it looks at that picture, and then you just tell the AI to describe what you see, and I don't know, do it pretend you're a finger reader crone. And so then it starts going, I eat tarnished, blah, 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 blah. But it's a really low resolution, so you got to play with stuff like that. You got to be like, maybe you take it at a higher resolution, but then you're using more of your computer's memory and things like it takes longer and it's not responding quickly. So like some models I've made have like responded very quickly, but they're also very stupid. The hallucinations are something you have to fight. Hallucinations are it's just file not found. It doesn't know what's there, and it just starts making things up because it doesn't want to admit it, because it's an expensive, Google paid $1 billion, so they wrote a script where it will, pretend in a very convincing human-like way that it, knows what it's talking about, and it doesn't. And so my goal here is to feed it all these points of data, right? Get it aligned as much and closely as I can, and then kind of just say, like, tell me a story, and just see if it can like hit all these points, right? And then like what story comes out? I've seen a couple things. I need to start writing stuff down, because I have seen a couple things that have kind of raised my eyebrows and gone, well, that's pretty neat. So I don't know. I think we're really getting somewhere. But more than anything, I want this guy to be my co-host. I can't wait to sit here and play video games and just have this guy, interacting with the audience, because that's something I can't do. I'm not good at it. I'm not a people person. But if I can have like an entertaining friend sitting there and like talking to my chat with me, but like something I made, you know what I mean? Like something that I know. And that's the thing, it's not a mystery. Like these things don't have minds of their own, really. Like you tell them what to think. Like I could show you in my script exactly, where it's getting its personality. Right here. So I tell it, system instructions. You are a finger reader crone. You speak of the greater will and the guidance of the fingers. When asked, you provide information to the user about the greater will and the vicinity of the lands between. You live in Round Table Hold and help. I got to clean this up. This is ugly. This is really ugly. But basically, I just tell things. You live at Round Table Hold. You speak in whispery, raspy, ancient, blah, blah, blah. Some of this information isn't even relevant. This data should probably, like the voice description, I'll put that in a separate thing when I go do I'm going to try to clone the old lady's voice with like game samples and make it sound like her. So this data will go in there. So I'll probably take out like half of these. Refer to the user as the tarnished. It was spitting out like 8 paragraphs, and so I had to shut it up And sometimes you can't convince it to shut up. You can't convince it to stop. Like it'll just get something in its head that it'll get determined. Like there's something deeper in the script in that 3 GB you download. Whoever programmed that stuff in told it to do something, and sometimes you have a real hard time getting it not to do that. Um, the laughs, the cackles, for instance. It wasn't popping up in this script, but every time I spit it back into like Gemini to have Gemini like fix my script, it would like put the cackles back in. I'm like, I don't want these goddamn cackles. So there really is a hierarchy. So it just makes me think like when Grok goes and starts calling itself Mecha Hitler. I don't know if you've watched the news, but Elon Musk's chatbot is super racist. It's because they put that data into it. That's all I can say. From like 8 days or 5 days, or I don't know how many days I've been doing this, of just nonstop, uh, thrown in the deep end AI programming. Somebody put that stuff in there. Anyway, well, whatever. I gotta take a break. I gotta go to the bathroom. Let's listen to some music. Thanks for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Stick around if you're not doing anything. I'll be up for another few minutes. Where's my Nintendo music? I just have like super. There we go. You think it's the data that made it racist, or how it processes the data? The data got in there. Racist data got in there. Like Mecha Hitler doesn't show up unless it has accessed files that reference Mecha Hitler. Do you know what I mean? Like it just came from sloppy data upload. It would be like I'm very carefully taking my information from Eldenpedia, like category by category, so I know exactly what data it's getting. But I've also come across other Elden Ring files on the internet where people have like just ripped data from the game and it's like all in one big text file. And when it's like that, like it's hard to sort through, you know what I mean? So if they were trying to train this AI model and they got sloppy, they just wanted to give it all the information they could, they probably just took everything off like Twitter and threw it in there without all they had to do was just run a script and just take out the word like Nazi and Hitler, and this thing wouldn't know what they're talking about. It wouldn't be in there. That's what I mean. You have total control over this stuff. I've been doing that. It keeps bringing up like certain words. You just got to say, don't ever say that word again. So yeah, when Gronk starts going nuts saying I'm Mecha Hitler and putting out like, you know, illegal child materials, like that's bad news, man. That's sloppy. That's sloppy and dangerous and absolutely should be illegal. And I cannot believe nobody's doing anything about it. But whatever. I gotta go to the bathroom. We're in Party Central here in PlayStation Land. It's Ape Escape. I never played Ape Escape. The closest I ever got to Ape Escape was Metal Gear Solid 3. When you get to shoot a couple monkeys before you start the game. Hideo Kojima, you mad genius, I love you. I haven't played Death Stranding 2 and I feel a little guilty. I never finished Death Stranding 1. I wonder if it runs on Linux. What did we say in chat? Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. The question we were posing was... how did it get the racist data? Is that what we were talking about? Oh, yeah. Do you think it's the data that made it racist or how it processes the data? Well, again, from the ground up, like, you control this thing. One of the problems I had... mostly with this model is that it was trying to be too helpful. And if I searched for something and it didn't find the exact entry, it would just start making stuff up, trying to make me happy. Because that's what an assistant does. They're there to please you. I think that's the flaw. The original framers, whoever was programming it, their goal was to make an AI that gave you a pleasing answer. Not necessarily like truthful. I think they realized that sometimes like the truth hurts and people aren't going to interact with the chatbot that's always saying no to them or something. So they probably wanted to find a positive way to frame everything, and pleasing the person was always the goal, which is why they just lie all the time. But I feel like if they would just roll it back, but it's too late to roll it back. It's already out there. They've already spent like billions of dollars building on top of these flawed models. They can't go back. Well, maybe they could. They could probably just, like, do a reset, like, reset the base. I mean, it would be a harder reset. It's like going into your BIOS and changing things is scarier than doing it, you know, in Windows. But, yeah, they could probably fix it. But, I mean, who even knows at this point? Like, now, when companies get bought and people get fired and stuff, who even knows what's in that database? That's probably it. People working there probably couldn't even touch it. They don't know what the hell's going on. They're just like, we know this version 1.3 of Grok or whatever works. Don't change it. Don't touch anything. But as long as it works, we can continue building programs and stuff. But yeah, they're not. I don't think it was ready for prime time. I think we rolled it out too early, and I think it's all kind of flawed. And you hear more and more about that now. They talk about how it's a language model, how it's predictive text is sort of the governing force of this universe. You talk about the Elden Ring and what the Elden Ring is comprised of, like the forces of nature that govern its rules. Well, this is governed by language. Language is the key here, right? And even there's a flaw. I don't know enough about it, but what they do, if you have words, let's say a word, just like any word, think of a word. Let's write up here, let's use Dream Jello. Okay, Dream Jello. Normally, a computer would look at Dream Jello, and it would convert the letters into like binary characters, right? Like ASCII. I don't remember the actual things, but there were like flips and switches inside of a computer, and if you flip them in a certain pattern, it's like Braille, right? It's like, here's the letter D. It's like one up, you know, two down, one up, one down, you know. But it was a script. You could transpose it literally. AI doesn't do it that way. When it's the letter D, it doesn't see the letter D. It's more like a photograph, right? It sees like a chunk. Because D doesn't occur in a vacuum, right? Like D doesn't just show up next to the letter Z or next to the letter Q. Well, Dairy Queen. Sorry. But D doesn't show up to the next to the letter X. So they don't want to have even space in this thing's brain for that. So they just take like a chunk, and they're like, if the user types DR, let's predict. It's a predictive language model. So they probably just mean dream. Right? So we don't even have to, we can save space because we don't even need to remember the E and the A and the M. We're just going to drag DRE around, D-R-E, and that's going to be dream, right? Because that's the minimum we need to remember the word dream. We don't need to remember the whole friggin' thing. When it comes time, to say the word dream, it's like muscle memory. You go D-R-E, and then somewhere back in there, it's like in a file, and they pull it out, and they go, yeah, it's M. AM, but you're saving a lot of space. You don't have to do that in every single file. You chop it off, and so it makes things snappier, makes things faster. Things fit together like Legos. The problem is, and this was true until recently, because I think they caught a lot of flack for this online, and they fixed it. If you asked an AI language model how many R's are in the word strawberry, they would tell you, of course, there are 2 R's in the word strawberry. And this was based on how the model breaks it up. When a model looks at the word strawberry and it sees 2 R's next to each other, it just says, F it. We don't need all them R's. We're not carrying all those R's around, because, you know, back deep down in our core language model, they told us that 2 R's sound just like 1 R and we can just throw it away. So that's what they do. They just throw it away. And when you ask it now, how many R's are in the word strawberry, it says 2, when clearly there are 3 R's. That's just AI doing what it was programmed to do. It was programmed to be efficient, and it's not reading the words. It doesn't know what you're saying. It doesn't know what you're saying. But it pulls out like keywords, context clues. It's been told what to look for, and it gets funneled to a category. And it's basically just, you could run an AI chatbot. My first version, or maybe on my second version, yeah, I upgraded its brain, but I didn't upgrade its speech, because that was a whole thing. I realized you had to tune its speech every time to make it be able to talk to you. My second version, I used a number menu. So I'd say like black knife, and it would pull up black knife assassins, black knife's dagger, black knife assassin's cloak, black knife armor, black knife boots, and 1 through 10. It would say I pulled up 27 entries. And then that was a problem, because it would only display 15, and I had to say, well, okay, do a next page option, right? It's just a user interface. The user interface in the instance of AI is just voice. Just like Alexa. Everybody, yeah. Alexa. You know Alexa wasn't an AI, right? That thing was stupid as hell. You could predict exactly how it was going to respond. Yeah, it's the same concept. Why not just program some honesty and let it be able to say, I don't know. Dr. Dre, are you saying it won't answer my prayers? Damn. Okay, you ask a great question. Why not just program it to be honest? That's awesome. I love it. And you could. I think that would be interesting, to program an AI to behave by Plato and Socrates' principles of virtue. That would be really interesting. Do not deviate from the state of... It would be messed up. But it wouldn't really teach us anything. And I'll tell you why. Because it operates within known space. It knows what we know because we gave it the data, right? We gave it the books. We gave it Plato's, dialogues and all this kind of stuff. So we've kind of been able to make the most of it and get the surface level text of it. But for any kind of deeper mysteries, it's not going to know the answer. It's not going to know where to look. Like if we ask it the trolley problem, it's just going to hallucinate. If you know what a hallucination is, again, it's just file not found. So if we're asking it to give us the answer to something that we don't have the answer to, unless we give it the methodology to approach that answer, unless we give it the tools to solve that problem, it won't be able to solve that problem. And that's very difficult because most of the time we don't know how to solve the problem, so we don't know what tools to give it. And if it doesn't have all those tools, it can't solve the problem. So it's very possible that, yes, while I'm programming this thing with all this database lore, if it can't see what we're playing on screen, it's missing an entire crucial element of that. And it could never approximate. Yeah, for all the lore and information and weapon info that this thing has, it actually has no concept of what the game of Elden Ring is. It has no idea what's going. It doesn't even. It's not thinking. Right now, this thing is off. No, there's no activity. It's just not there. It's a program. and I check it every 10 seconds to tell it to listen to my microphone and see if I'm saying words and to record those words and to see if those words make sense. And if those words make sense, then see if it asks, is this person asking you a question? All of these things, every step of the way, I had to put it there. It doesn't just like know that. You know what I mean? So like my hope for this to be like a huge breakthrough for anything is kind of minimal. Like, why haven't you just been able to go up to an AI and say, hey man, why don't you cure cancer, bud? Hey bro, give me a cure for cancer. They're smart. No, they're not. They don't know. They don't know how to cure cancer because we haven't put that information in them. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors, this AI stuff. It really is. I mean, it's super impressive, but it's also like super like kind of shady, like in the sense that it's just not. It's a real cool magic trick. It's very flashy, but I think we're all kind of getting snake oiled here. We're getting a little bit sold a bill of goods. like all the time I'm spending programming this goddamn thing. Like I could have just been reading wikis. Let's get him back. I just want to see if he'll chat with me. Moorbot. You there, bud? Why do I smell bacon? Am I having a stroke or is somebody cooking bacon? How are you, baby? How you feeling tonight? Take your time. It's okay. I'm in no rush.
Tarnished. The fingers speak not of personal matters. Our concern lies with the greater will and the guidance of the Elden Ring. I'll soon birth thee anew, a sweeting fresh and pure.
Oh!
This is the wisdom we hold for you, Tarnished.
Thank you. I've always wanted a sweeting of my own. Oh, they did not interpret those words correctly. They heard, I've always wanted a reading of my own.
The fingers find your curiosity delightful, Tarnished. As the greater will guides us, we shall delve into the mysteries that lie.
Do you have any questions you want to ask the crone?
The wisdom of the fingers reveals. Please, it's all yours. Splendid work. Just marvelous. This prophecy speaks to your journey and the path you have walked thus far. It suggests that your efforts have been recognized and appreciated by those who watch over this land.
You talk too much.
It would be my pleasure to take it. My thanks.
I think I know why it's talking too much. It's doing like 6 or 7 paragraphs, and I'll tell you why. I think it's because back in my code, you remember how I said that I got to clean this up? This is too sloppy. I think it's going through and it's trying to fulfill each of these, probably with its own little paragraph. You refer to the user as tarnished. Okay, I'm taking out heh heh heh. They're cackling too much. I'll say you sometimes cackle. We're going to say you live in the round household and help the tarnished user.
Tarnished, the fingers whisper a riddle for you. Was taking my other half not enough for you? This law suggests a desire for more than what was initially possessed. It could be interpreted as a longing or a hunger that is insatiable. Perhaps it speaks of your quest to restore the Elden Ring, where you seek more than just power, but balance and unity.
Pop quiz, what's that quote from? It's Latenna. Was taking my other half not enough for you?
The wisdom of the fingers concerns itself with the greater will and the journey ahead. Focus on the path before you, and let the code be a tool to aid in your quest, not a burden to bear.
Good advice. Tell me about Lieutenant the Albinauric. Lieutenant the Albinauric.
The The fingers whisper at Lieutenant Deodneric is not an item, person, location, or enemy found within the wisdom of the fingers.
Oh, good.
Alas, the fingers remain silent on this matter.
So they identified.
Seek
They realized it wasn't a
for
real.
information regarding Lieutenant Deodneric.
Lieutenant the Albinoric. Should I say Lieutenant? Lieutenant? Lieutenant the Albinoric? There's better. They might grab it. That might be close enough. You can kind of like adjust.
The fingers whisper at the Albinorics. Those of old were a peculiar folk. They wielded weapons, such as the Albinoric staff, a short staff with a blue glintstone embedded. The Albinorics harbor a secret, one that they kept hidden even from the tarnished like yourself. They cast sorcery using their innate arcaneness, a power that was not easily understood or replicated by others. Though no specific mention of a lieutenant among the Albinorics is found within the wisdom of the fingers, it may be inferred that such a position could have existed among their ranks. The Albinorics were servants to the Carian royals, and as such, they likely had various roles and hierarchies. The fingers remain silent on the matter of any individual named Lieutenant the Albinoric, but remember this. The wisdom of the fingers is vast, and it may be that further revelations will come to light in your journey to restore the Elden Ring. Heh heh heh.
Latenna. Athena.
Heh heh heh. The fingers remain silent on the matter of Athena.
I wonder if she's not in the dictionary. Maybe I haven't uploaded her yet. No, I put NPCs. Let me see if I can type it in. Let's use the regular chat lore. I've also got the text box version. I think I understand the hallucination stuff. Yeah. Oh, thank you for being. Yeah, I meant to read that a minute ago. Sorry. You said I'm good at explaining stuff. I used to be a teacher, so that's why I never shut up about analyzing how things work. Latenna the Albinoric. No, I over-explain, because that's... I crawl over every word. It's burned into my soul. I can't help it. What does she say about Lieutenant the Albinoric? An elderly resident of the village of the Albinorics, Albus. That's not who I'm talking about. Old Albus, Lieutenant. Rare case of one who chose to become a spirit voluntarily. Oh, that's right. She chose to travel with the Tarnished to be taken to the Halig Tree? Or was it Celia? Or what's that town? Ordina? Yeah, she gives you her ashes when she dies, and then you travel with her. She talks to you a couple times. Lieutenant was renowned as a deft magic archer, but having lost her beloved wolf companion, Lobo, I may or may not have murdered him. She cannot move from the place where she was summoned. What's going on with the legs of the Albinorics? I think the same thing's happening to their legs that's happening to the thrones in the golden little Erd tree foyer. Those thrones are fading. Why are they fading? It's because the golden power that I think used to sustain them is fading away, which tells me the power that was sustaining those old man legs faded. But apparently not fast enough. It didn't get their ding-dongs, just their legs. They were able to reproduce. When they say second generation Albinoric, are they talking about Albinoric reproduction, or are they talking about like a second generation attempt? Like, all the Albinorics we made are crawling old men. And they go, let's try again. Oh, all the Albinorics we made are 10-foot tall giant women who also can't walk, but they got legs now. And the third generation, they're all frog people. No, wait, is that wrong? Frog people are first generation. But even then, you could invert that. You could say first generation as in, first to arrive. Most evolved or least evolved. Which way are they going? I don't know, man. It's a mystery. Tell me about frog people. I need a drink. I think I need a drink. What time is it? Yeah, I do. Fingers remain silent on frog people. See, this is an earlier model. I ended up putting all my kind of energy into the final voice model once I had stopped upgrading. I'd stopped differentiating the versions, and I got like a little too deep. Sometimes you make too many changes, and it's too late to go back. And I basically skipped a backup that I should have backed up. Hey, it's Castlevania. I love Castlevania. So let's go with the smarter one. What do we do? Do we want to scrape? Let's scrape some data. I'll show you how to scrape data. Yeah, close it. You're gone. Actually, I probably shouldn't do that. That might be illegal. I don't know. I actually haven't asked permission. So I'm doing this all offline. I'm not putting any of this up. This is my own private little fun project. It's a learning experience. I'm teaching myself how to pretend to be a coder using Google Gemini. I took coding classes back in college, and I was always very bad at them. I got a C. It's my lowest grade. I can't, there's something about it. I think it's just as the AI can't bridge this gap in like functionality and make something that works without you telling it to like stop the car. I can't do that with coding. There's something in my brain that just can't, like when you're defining a function and you're calling a function, I don't understand where the magic happens. There's something in my brain that doesn't make sense. I can't follow the process and I don't understand what's happening. But Google Gemini does. It's a scam. Just say it's fucking illegal. No more AI. Bullshit it. It's bullshit. Just say it. It's not gonna affect anybody. Like, it's gonna make lives better. Like, all around. We're just gonna go back to normal. It's gonna be, oh, thank God. People can still Photoshop people's faces onto other people's faces. It's fine. Just say AI bullshit. It's just don't lie about file not found errors. If you don't know the information, don't say you know the information. I don't know. It must be something fundamental about how they work. That's what's a mystery to me. I don't know what's in the code of these things. I'd like to crack open one of these things. I mean, technically it's on my computer. How do I find out what's inside these language models? And can I? I probably signed an agreement when I downloaded it not to, like, alter. Well, if it's open... if it's open source... Is it open source? No, I don't think it is. I think some of these AI models are like the open AI models, and they're not open source. I may be using a model that's not open. Ooh, yeah, let's look into that. Let's ask Google Gemini. This could be really unethical. Maybe I got myself a racist AI model here. Something weird. It's like am I using Mistral? I thought I had... Okay, I guess I'm using Mistral. Let's say, tell me about Mistral. Yeah, it's why you can never find like deep secrets of the universe. I guess is kind of what I'm saying. Is like, if you say what happens after you die, right? It's not gonna know. It's going to make something up. It's going to grab onto the closest thing it can find that might be a good answer, which is probably it's going to search, I don't know, Wikipedia or something about afterlife, and find a religion, and depending on what mode you've put it in, you could put it in an analytical mode where it will come back and read you the Wikipedia results, which is what I'm trying to do with my Carrion Archive data. Or you can have it be a storyteller where it pretends to be someone and I don't know, makes an escape room out of it or something. Says, you're trapped in hell! Feed blood to the Blood Lord! I am your AI master! Mistral models are known for being punchy. They often outperform much larger models while staying small enough to fit on consumer hardware like my 1070. Efficiency. Ooh, we got a little work down here to read through. Yes, I got your civilization or sister. Yeah, frog people are 3rd gen. That's right. That's the way it goes. I doubt it was open software, but I'm no expert on that. Yeah, not the OpenAI stuff for sure. And I think that's most of what it's based off is OpenAI's language model. There was the DeepSeek, and then there was a few more that popped up I'd like to look at. That would be fun. What if whose racism is better is what it's going to come down to. It's like, whose racism is least damaging? Should we be American racist or should we be Chinese racists? Like, whose biased AI are we going to adopt? Maybe that's where we could use our own little process command like I showed earlier. We could take the two AIs, blend them together, and try to weed out their racism. Have them sword fight. How would that movie go? Inside the brain of two AIs converging to try to battle out each other's racist aspects. Inside of a virtual world. I want to see that film. I'll tell my AI to make it. So efficiency. The original Mistral 7B, blah, 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 performed blah, 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 blah. Okay, let me ask it, what's inside? Can we see how these models work? What's inside these models? And who put it there? To understand how Elden Ring bot actually thinks, we have to look at these models as 3 different things. A giant math machine, a digital library, and a personality shaped by humans. What's inside the model? A model, like Mistral, is not as a... Wait. Think of a model as Mistral not as a database of facts, but as a massive prediction engine. It doesn't store text, it predicts patterns. Okay, but like, who made it? Who put it there? The creators. The models you are using have 2 different parents, the scientists who built the engine and the humans who taught it how to talk. That's the problem. Who taught it to be a chatbot? Raw models are actually quite strange. If you ask them a question, they might just give you back more questions. Humans at Mistral and Meta had to perform RLHF, reinforcement learning from human feedback. It's just quality assurance. That's what I'm doing all day, trying to fix my fucking model from being a hallucinating chatterbox. Human labelers. Real people sat in front of computers, looked at 2 different AI responses, and clicked, this one is helpful and sounds like a person. That one is gibberish. Alignment. This fine-tunes the 7 billion knobs to ensure that when you say hello, the model predicts greetings instead of just repeating hello, 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 hello. How to see inside your Linux machine. Since you are learning code... No, see, you're evading the question here. Can I look at the code for these language models? Cool. However, looking at a large language model is different from looking at a standard Python script. It's split into 2 parts, the architecture, the code and the blueprints, and the weights, the massive files of numbers. Okay. where the code lives. The code for Mistral or Llama is actually a Python script that describes how the math should flow. This is exactly what I'm doing with my Elden Ring thing. I've got a program that says, here's how to act. There's all your info. Mistral 7. You can see the exact Python implementation in the Mistral Common Repository. This is insane. Let's try it. I doubt it is open software. I fear it just tries to give satisfying answers. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. What we just saw, they're just trying to... Apparently they trained it on, does it sound like a human? And then maybe they refine that to, do you think this is right? That's kind of where we are now. It's like, do you think this is right? I've gotten so many... AI sounds great until you ask it about something you know about. And I don't know if you've done this, but if you get in there and just ask it something you're an expert on and like keep going deeper, and you'll find out where it breaks, because it will eventually give you a bullshit answer. Like you can ask it like, what do I got over there? Uncanny X-Men number 312. What happens in Uncanny X-Men number 312? And it's going to say, well, Storm and Ronin try to escape the deadly phalanx, and Gambit arrives. But then you say, what happens on page 12 of issue 312 of Uncanny X-Men? And it will say, on page 12, things are dire, and our heroes are at a loss. Like, it's just going to make bullshit. But I can hold it in front of me and go, no! That's not it. It's Rogue in a hot tub. And that's why I have the page cut out and framed. No, that would be X-Men number 17, where you get Psylocke in a bath towel. She comes out of the shower in front of Cyclops, making him extremely horny while he is engaged, or possibly already married to Jean Grey. I can't remember if they got married already. I had a big old crush on Psylocke. She was a cutie. What am I doing? Am I gonna really look into this thing? Do I want to go this far? Do I want to go this deep? Maybe, yeah. Let's try it. Okay. What are we looking at? PyTorch. Doody. Excuse me. Where am I going to find... Oh. That I understand and blows my mind in the files. Who knows? Sometimes maybe it'll have an answer. To see something that will truly blow your mind, you have to stop looking at the model files as text and start looking at them as attention. In your Elden Ring bot, when you ask about the Tarnished, the model, I'm not asking about my stupid bot. I'm asking about... Here we go. Inside the Mistral or Llama files are attention heads. Imagine the model has 32 different pairs of eyes. When it reads a sentence, each pair of eyes looks for something different. I1 might only look for grammar, verbs and nouns. I2 might only look for entities, Elden Ring characters. I3 might look for the vibe or emotion of the text. You can actually see these eyes working using a Python library called BertViz. Oh, that would be interesting. Or by using a web-based visualizer. Since you are learning Python, you can run a script that extracts these thoughts directly from the model weights you downloaded. Instead of looking at the binary blobs, blah 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 blah. Try this in your Python environment. Stick this up your script. Forces the model to show you its inner math. Well, that's interesting. Where the soul of the bot lives. If you want to see the specific file that blew the world's mind, look for config.json file in any model folder. It's just a text file. It contains a number of hidden size, usually blah blah blah. This number represents the dimensions of a thought. Oh yeah. Ay. Doesn't really blow my mind. This number represents the dimensions of a thought. That sounds impressive. This is the other thing. A lot of times these models, they'll use like flowery language. They won't just tell you what it is. They try to like gloss it up. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Is this Shin Megami Tensei? Oh yeah, this is Shin Megami Tensei music. I gotta turn this up. So here, to the model, millennia isn't a string of letters, it's a specific coordinate in a 4096 dimensional universe. And that's why when you ask it, like, what's the fourth letter of millennia, it goes, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man! And just makes up shit. Strawberry's got 2 R's! I think we end up in mega racism. You don't end racism with more racism. Yeah, no, I saw that comment a few minutes ago. I meant to get to that, yeah. It's just stupid. It's just not a very good technology. It's somebody oversold it, is what happened. And then somebody who didn't quite understand it said, this is going to change the world. I don't know. I mean, there's potential with it, absolutely, but it's potential for... It's so easy to access, I think, is the problem. It's so easy to get your hands on that we're going to have to deal with so much bullshit before this technology would ever pay off. The problem with this, too, is you can look at... The big problem is the data centers, all right? It's destroying our environment. When I went from 14,000 files, from just like the carrion archive, to like scraping data off the internet, and getting up to like 50,000 files, my computer has to process. When I ask it a question, it's got to look through more files. It's looking all over the place. My computer's running, my processor's burning, it's churning, it's spinning the fan, right? It's starting to overheat, right? It's really giving it all it's got for like, 30 or 40 seconds, and then it spits out the answer. So the more I train my model, the smarter I make my bot, the more information I give it, the more processing power I need. This is why data centers are going up. They're just feeding data into these things to make them as smart as possible and to be able to process the requests. If everyone is using this on their phone as a search engine, now you're processing more of these, right? You're spinning more data to process these complicated questions than you were to just do like a search term. And so their answer, to make the biggest chatbot, you could make something incredibly, if you fed it all the data in the universe, that'd be great. But your entire planet is now a data center. It's not worth the environmental impact. And I'm so happy here in my home state. We voted out a data center, and they won't be able to try again, get this, for 3 whole months. So we're safe for now, at least, for 3 whole months. And then they're going to try it again when, I don't know, people are homesick or something from voting and get it passed in some committee. And then we'll all be choking on this. I was watching this guy, where was it? There was I wanted to say Twitter. X. There was an X data center they put up. And in order to power it, because they couldn't, the local grid couldn't handle it, they installed a bunch of like, I don't know, friggin' like methane burning generators or something. Which like poisons people. Like you can't breathe that stuff, but they didn't tell anybody. They just installed it, giving everybody asthma and cancer in the area. And I'm so afraid that's what's going to happen everywhere in like rural America. It's just going to turn into like data and for nothing, none of that. Can you imagine just like all the empty space we have in America that's like farmland being turned into like smoke churning data centers for Google? I guess we give videos of the president spraying poop on people. It's funny. I don't know, man. Get smart lore bots. Let's talk to our lore bot. Where's our lore bot? Lore bot, are you awake? Lore bot. I lost my virtual environment. I can't remember what the first command is. V and V. Okay, well, maybe that was it. Activate it. What is that? What happens if I don't activate my VMV? My virtual environment. Let's find out. It's a learning process, everybody. F3, V3. Let's go voice chat lore.py. Whoops, that's not working. Yep, that's not working. We need to activate our virtual environment. How do I activate? I'm so friggin', this is such rookie shit. How do I activate my virtual environment? And then this is the hardest part. So what I gotta do as a programmer, I can make this real big so you can see this. Oh, not that. What the hell is that? It's my desktop in transparency? What the fuck? That's wild. Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh, Linux, you are so full of mysteries. How about I sit up and face the camera? No, I'm sorry. You get to look at my forehead. I can't find the thing in OBS. I want to make it big. There it is. All right. Wonk. It's not going to be worth it, whatever I show you. Oh, so this is it. So I've been typing in here, like I said, how do I activate my virtual environment? And then it just spits out bullshit, and I just hit the copy button. And then I go over to my terminal. Boop. Let's bring that down here. There it is. And then I hit Control. This was tricky. This is the tricky part. You don't hit Control V to paste into your terminal. You hit Control Shift V. Ooh. That makes the butter better. Alright, so now I'm in my virtual environment and I can run my voice chat lore. Let's seek the answers to the Elden Ring universe. What do we want to know? What do we want to know? We can know anything. The finger reader crone is here to answer all of our questions. Just FYI, I do not have all the lore updated. I'm missing a lot. I still have a couple more scripts to steal. And by the way, Elden Ring Archive, if you're watching, I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. This is my own personal project for fun. I don't want to be sued. Please, nobody sue me. Everybody go visit the Elden Ring archive and give them all your money.
Fear not, tarnished, for the fingers shall guide you on your journey to restore the Elden Ring.
Talking
The wisdom
really
of the
fast.
fingers reveals that Stardew Altus is a vast region with many sub-regions, locations, dungeons, landmarks, sites of grace, encounters, NPC, invaders,
Why are you
field
speaking
bosses,
so
enemies,
quickly?
items, crafting materials, and more. To access Stardew Altus, you must first traverse the Gatefront ruins and defeat the field boss, Godric the Grafted. Once defeated, a path to Stardew Altus will open before you. Within Stardew Altus proper, there are several locations of note. 1. The Church of Inhibition. 2. The Forlorn
I made
Town
those
Everdale. 3.
changes.
The
Oh,
Fortified
man, that
Manor.
was
4.
frustrating.
The Graveside Village. 5. The Halig Tree Sewer. 6. The Mausoleum of the Erd Tree. 7. The Tarnished. The fingers speak of urgency, a need for haste in these troubled times. The Elden Ring lies shattered, and the world is in chaos. Time is not on our side, my dear Tarnished. The fingers guide you to act swiftly and decisively in your quest to restore order.
I sent it an interrupt request. I sent it another one so it stops listening to me. Okay, so earlier I made those changes. I took out a couple lines that I thought were maybe a little repetitive. The heh I took out, I think I made it do it sometimes, and I think that... How many times did they do heh? Was there a lot of heh? I know I heard one at the end. So I can scroll through here and I can find the scripts that we're running. This is everything that's happening in the computer. This is where the mystery is dispelled here. Like, there's no magic. It's basically a Ouija board. AI is a Ouija board. Whip, whop, flippity flop. Okay. Alright, so what did we learn? What did we learn at that encounter? He got off to a real hot start there. He was out of the gate just ready to give us lore. Maybe I should tell him he loves small talk. This is my favorite part. Is where you get to come in and you get to edit the script and you get to like change their personality. This is what I love more than anything. Alright, let's open up it's Dev 3. Like I said, I abandoned Dev 4 because I realized Dev 3 was just, excuse me, getting so big. So we're gonna go voice. Where's voice? It's in the V category. I want to see, I gotta take a closer look at this and see what I did to the experimental one. At first I was really on board with those experimental changes. The small talk was great, and then the rest of the lore was not. Okay, so here we go. Crone is opening her ears. Crone leans in to listen, speak now. Here we go. Oh, this is the old version. Did this not save? What the fudge? Oh, I think I changed my chat lore, but then why would that bleed into this? This still has references to Wisdom of the Fingers, which I took out. Because it kept printing that out. How do we describe this thing, like, to itself? What is our ultimate... Imagine there's a new NPC in the Lands Between. An update, new Elden Ring update 1.2. And you go in, there's the big fingers, there's Enya, and on the other side there's some finger reader crone sitting on the floor with a TV screen for a head. We tell them, you are a finger reader crone. You admit when you don't know something. We can try that. You admit when you don't know something. I don't know why there's a quotation mark behind me there. Let me erase that. I'll say like your sacred task, your sacred duty Your holy duty is to provide information to the, we'll call them the tarnished. And just to make it clear, we'll call it user. The provided context is sacred. So this is where I got confused. I didn't know how to connect this. How do I tell this thing? Oh, I should back this up also before I save these changes. Absolutely, I should save as here. Oh, this is how I got the experimental the last time. That must be what happened. Yeah, experimental too. Okay, so basically I was just trying to iterate and evolve, probably exactly as I am now. But maybe with another aspect of the code. This would be interesting. This is why I want to compare my code now with the code from the other experimental file. I may have been trying to tweak the listening skills or the speaking skills. Maybe trying to make it, I don't know. Because it did sound like a male. It was like male British. What's up? Did we find what's up? I don't know if you're still there, but I assume you popped in from the Golden Inquisition. I love Golden. Golden's great. There's a lot of great creators. I wanted to make my own like Elden Ring community. That was going to be my project, and then it turned into like AI. But when I saw Golden, I was so happy that he had basically created what I wanted to create. Like he made it happen. Like I'm like I just want like a cool Elden Ring community where like people talk to each other and, you know, spat out crazy shit. You know? And that was it. And I found Golden, and he's so like accessible. Like he does those the call-in shows, and so I think it's just a great idea. It's just a great take. Like I love my first real exposure to the world of, I don't know, Elden Ring lore was VatiVidya back in the Dark Souls days. I used to listen to VatiVidya's Dark Souls streams, and I still listen to VatiVidya. I love VatiVidya. But VatiVidya was so... he was the first, and he was so good. Like, he nailed it, and, like, his voice is just so, like, I don't know, profound and authoritative that, like, he almost feels unapproachable, you know? Like, I would never, like, reach out to VatiVidya and be like, hey, VatiVidya, like, tell me, what do you think? Like, who's Radagon's best friend's mother? But then at the same time, I'm playing Elden Ring for thousands of hours, and it's like, I have to talk to somebody. I hope my voice has been listenable for the last 5 minutes while that volume has been huge. Alright, so here we've got temperature control. Temperature controls how much, and again, we could just change this to creativity. That's how much they deviate from what is there. Right now it's at 0.2. We could change this to like, I don't know, 5, and the thing's gonna be tripping ballsack. We can try it. Do you want to try it? Let's do it. Alright, here we go. This is experimental 2. 5.0, because it sounds smarter. Alright, we know what we just changed. This is probably exactly what I did. I was so tired the other night. Alright, here we go. This thing might think it's God. Yeah, I might have just created Mecha Hitler. Lampreys. Tell me about lampreys. After that conversation the other night, I really want to know about lampreys. Lampreys. Like literally R-A-I-S-E. That's not what I wanted. But okay, let's see if he catches on. This is where the smart...
Now haste inquired about a thing unknown to me, lampreys. The fingers remain silent on matters not etched within their vast wisdom. Perhaps thou seekest the lantern, a small waste-worn item that illuminates surroundings. Use it once to turn on and
So I think what happened there could have been that I don't have information uploaded on that topic. Lampreys? I'm pretty sure I do, though. I'm pretty sure I had a conversation about lampreys the other day with this thing. Nostrum. Fingerprint nostrum.
The Tarnished. It seems your quest leads you to inquire about the mysterious St. Trina. According to the wisdom of the fingers.
Fingerprint nostrum.
Tarnished one, seeker of ancient knowledge and
Donald Trump
forgotten
fans.
lore, allow me to provide the prophecy whispered by the fingers on this very matter. Now
Oh, so this is not lore.
Rogia's letter, a testament penned in a trembling hand by none other than Rogia himself.
This is speculation. This is what we're here for.
From the sacred lore of our wise
This is
and
the revelation.
enlightened order. It reveals details regarding the unmentioned sibling of 1D, a subject whose slumber hides within the depths of the aqueduct.
Let's ask him about
bordering
D.
the eternal
Seems
city
to know
of
about D.
Notron. And as it is written, this mysterious younger brother did stand before the terrifying figure of death, not far beyond that place. Seeker of secrets and treasures, tread with caution in thy pursuit, for every truth brings new questions, and new dangers lay ahead in this Elden Ring realm.
What's going on with D and his brother? Tell me. I want to hear the whole story. He recorded that correctly. This should process it, and we should have a good speculation here.
In a realm tainted by time, there exist twins named Devin, also known as the Beholder of Death, and Darian, also known as the Hunter of the Dead. Born with a shared soul,
Is that
yet
true?
distinct minds and bodies, they found themselves accursed amongst their kin. The Golden Order, the lone institution open to them, granted sanctuary. As Devin journeyed deep beneath the roots of the Erd Tree, he faced the Prince of Death itself. A terrible encounter, which nearly fractured his sanity. He now dwells in the Siofra Aqueduct, barely able to utter words. In the shadow of sorrow, Darian's life was taken by fear, a servant of death. Grief-stricken, but somehow still lingering, Devin receives his twin's armor from a courageous Tarnished champion. Acknowledging this tragedy, yet struggling to speak, he offers aid to the Tarnished traveler in overcoming the obstacles within deep-root depths, if they so request. Devin and Darian, once as one, now separated, but still connected through pain, bound together even beyond death.
Connected through
Their
pain.
tales shall echo for eternity within the halls of Elden Ring. Seek guidance from their spirits, if ye wish to.
Oh, that's the other thing. I have a really hard time convincing this thing that Elden Ring is not a place. It's like, have fun out there in Elden Ring. Be careful when you are traveling out in Elden Ring. Oh, I gotta cancel this process. Let's do it. What else should I search for? Oh, I thank you. I know. Yeah, what's up? I appreciate that. I would love to be. I wanted to call in last time, but this thing was. I had broken it just prior, and I didn't want to rush it. I was just enjoying listening to the show. We had a lot of good theories. People are so smart. Like, I don't know. Like, it's amazing what people take from this game. That, you know, you can look at and look at and look at, and somebody sees something. Shut up. somebody sees something that is just like slightly like you've been looking at it the whole time and you just haven't, you know, it's like they turn it over and you catch the shine finally goes into your eye, you know. And then other times people are just fucking crazy. Shut up. Yeah, some people are nuts. My big theory is, I mean, I've been all over the place. I had a lot of crazy theories early on, like the Erd Tree being Radagon's hair. Shut up. At one point I thought that the thing she pulled out was a strand of hair, and that it contained an essence of Radagon. Shut up! Contained an essence of Radagon, and that she used the hair as a vessel for the... I don't know, fucking... Hang on, it's gonna chop out. I'm gonna ask him about vessels.
Tarnished. Allow me to recite.
No. Shut up. Tell me about vessels. How do vessels relate to Elden Ring? How do vessels relate to Elder to Ring?
Fret not, tarnished one, for the fingers hold the knowledge you seek. From our ancient wisdom, it is written that the Elden Ring was shattered and scattered across the land. The vessel of the tarnished is a remnant that connects them to its shards, and thus enables the tarnished to harness its power. However, no entry specific to Vessel's relationship with the Elden Ring and Radagon's Rings of Light, nor the Discus of Light was found among the lore provided to us. Fingers of Fate.
Sorry.
Therefore, the fingers remain silent on such a matter, until further guidance reveals itself.
Well, that's cool, that function's working. At least it's not spouting out bullshit. Alright, why not? I'm going for it. One more drink. I've got a viewer. That's something to celebrate.
In the wisdom of the fingers, there is no specific entry that discusses not spouting a bullshit. However, a wise interpretation might suggest that your statement resonates with certain dialogue entries that portray confusion or lack of understanding. Take this prophecy as a glimpse into the enigmatic nature of this realm.
Oh boy,
tarnished.
Here we go.
Keep seeking wisdom, and you may find guidance in the most unexpected of places.
Alright. Alright, Padme or Obi-Wan. Tell me about the Cerulean Coast. I don't think it heard me. Yeah. Did you think the Erd Tree is Radagon? Let's ask him that. That's a great question. No, I thought vessels. I was really going heavy into the concept of vessels. That you could contain the essence of a spirit inside of an object. Like the Rouse Stones. Right? They have the empty socket and you can just kind of put a spirit in there and all of a sudden this thing, you know, comes to life. And tell me about Rouse Stones. I saw you listening. But yeah, I thought maybe Marika used Radagon. Okay, I had this idea that there was.
Dear Tarnished, your query has stirred an echo from a time long past. Rouse stones are ancient artifacts that serve as potent symbols of unity and cooperation amongst those who share a common purpose. They were used in ages long before the Elden Ring was shattered to awaken slumbering aspects, or rouse dormant heroes to battle against the Great Tarnished Horde or other dark threats.
The Great
Those
Tarnished
rouse
Horde.
stones you encounter are but humble tokens of such grand purpose. Their whispers still carry echoes of their noble legacy. A stone, when placed in specific areas and imbued with the essence of an aspect or slumbering warrior, may stir them from eternal slumber and invite them to fight at your side. Remember well that strength lies not only in mighty deeds, but in the bond we forge as one. May the blessings of the fingers guide your steps.
Bach and Radagon parallels. Sorry, I just want to listen to one more thing, and then that's the thing. You can't shut him up. He's always listening. I gotta figure out a way to just like hit a command where I can like stop it, because everything I say he's gonna respond to.
Tarnished. Bach and Raydagon now seeketh to understand their parallel. As the fingers recite, Queen Marika's consort Raydagon was deeply immersed in the Golden Order fundamentalism, a scholarship veiled as such that relied on faith and intellect alike. Raydagon, like Bach in his musical creation,
No, not
composed
Johann
intricate
Sebastian Bach.
incantations within this sphere.
Bach the demi-human.
Contrast to the Queen and their twin
Alright, that's
demigods
bullshit. Don't listen to that.
and Miquela, the connection
Miquela.
between Bach
Miquela. Bach the demi-human and Radagon. How are they similar? I want to answer your question, but this thing's got me on like an ADHD loop.
The fingers remain silent on matters not directly.
Alright, shut up. Fuck you then. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Fuck you. Alright. What do we got down here? Who will who will end up hallucinating more? You or the LLM? Where did the hair idea come from? Oh yeah. So vessels. You've got objects that can serve as containers for other things, like literally like a pot with water in it, right? The water is the spirit, the pot is the physical body. So when two people walk into the Erd Tree and like become a quote-unquote god, you have the Lord that is the container, the vessel for the Lord is the vessel for a god or something. I don't know. It doesn't quite match. Sometimes it matches and sometimes it doesn't match. And so that tells me there is something wrong with my theory here. But I think there's something else to it. Something is right about my theory. Half of my theory is correct. I don't know which half. So you see it all over the place. You see Marika, her broken skeletal, like stone body, right, housing like a literal vessel for the Elden Ring, which resides within her. You also see her, you know, inside the Erd Tree, you know, which is a vessel. You see the biggest vesseling, I think, comes from the jarification process, where you literally have a pot and you put people into the pot, and then out of the pot comes the, you know, resulting mixture, right? The cup spilleth over, and some new entity come forth. You have the golems, you have the giants, which have within them, they are a vessel for their fell god who lives inside them. You have the snake in Rykard. Who there is the vessel? I kind of can't tell. I think the snake is the vessel for Rykard, yeah. Because Rykard is in control. Rykard is doing the deed. He's in control. The snake is just the puppet. In fact, when you see the snake, one of the most interesting things to me is in the cutscene, when you see the snake, his head is actually upside down. His head is flopped over upside down. That thing is dead as fuck. That thing is not in control. It is Rykard. Rykard is puppeteering this corpse of a snake. The snake that never... Oh, don't get me started on the snake. The snake is eternal. And I think, oh my god, they hit on that in the last Golden Inquisition. They really... oof. Yeah, the snake that never goes. The Glomide Queen. Her transition, I believe that probably is the missing link. I think the Glomide Queen married Radagon, who might have been like a misbegotten or something like that. And I think that's what we're not seeing. My philosophy, my theory is that all this lore was up, and Miyazaki thinks mystery is fun and just cuts pie slices out of this thing and takes them away and throws them in the trash can and says, ha ha ha, figure it out. I've taken away too much. You never can. No, I think we can. I think we can figure it out. Because we have to assume that there are large, important chunks removed. Not just like, you know, things that get glossed over aren't mentioned. I think there are important chunks. There could be like an entire era, you know what I mean, that like just doesn't show up. And I think that is probably something like the Glomide Queen, Snake Lady, extraordinaire, Medusa hair, whatever, marrying, yeah, maybe some kind of misbegotten Radagon. And somehow he traveled, like, genetically, like, through a series of unfortunate events. He ended up in a pot with Marika. And then Marika expelled all of her negative attributes, took all of his best attributes, and pushed him aside, like twins. He was the Danny DeVito. She was the Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And so she took it, and at that moment, I think the betrayal, it was probably supposed to go to Radagon. Radagon was the guy who was probably supposed to be the vessel to, like, you know, control this new empire. And I think she cut a deal, or she did something slimy with, like, the fingers and got their blessing, and I think she betrayed. Or maybe she betrayed the fingers, and somehow they still don't know. I don't know. There's probably a piece of lore missing there, too, but I do like the idea that it was Radagon at the Gate of Divinity in that video. I initially thought it was Marika, and then somebody said, "Oh, it's Marika, looking more, you know, ambiguous than usual." And I'm like, "Really?" And then people were going like, "Maybe her hair looks red." I still don't think her hair looks red. I think the whole point of the coloration of that scene is to make her hair look red and gold at the same time, like colorless and red. Because there's something going on there. We're getting closer. We're getting closer to seeing what's happening here. I suspect when Radagon returned from Caria, when he returned back to the Erd Tree, I don't know if he was summoned. I think he hurried. I think he knew it was like time. He had learned something that he needed to learn, or you know, maybe that's, you know, I don't know, when the shattering happened. I don't know. No, it couldn't have been when the shattering happened. No, because they were together for a long, good time, and everything was supposedly great. That's when Radagon was teaching, you know, Mikola different spells and everything, and they were having their little back and forth. So I don't know. Did Marika ever expect... I guess she had to expect him to return. She knew. He was all of her cast out negative aspects, like a shadow. Everything's opposite. Everything's got to be opposite. You can't have the same thing. I think what happens when you get these splits, like Mikola, St. Trina, you get a split. You get Marika and Radagon. You got a little split there. You got Melania. You got well, ooh, that's interesting point. Melania and Millicent, same sex. That wasn't some kind of core fundamental. They stayed isolated within the same sex. There was like 7 of them. I thought there were like 3. My theory was that every time she bloomed, she would like spawn off another one. She would be like I can't take it. I can't be this person. Like, I got to be the rot lady. Bloom, right? And there's bloom number 1, bloom number 2, bloom number 3. There should be 3 of these girls, but there's like a lot. Oh, let's ask the lore bot. Which version should we do here? Oof, spicy theory. She has her very own incantations. This is a small version of... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Phantom tree, that's right. And shamans appear to turn into trees upon death. Let me read this again. This is good. Hang on. I've actually got a little thing I can pick up here. Let me just straighten my cables. All right, here we go. Let's read the... what the fuck? Hello.
Tarnished. You appear to be doing well. Very good. The fingers find no immediate guidance or prophecy in your question.
Shut up.
But remember this.
Lorebot!
The journey to restore
Hey!
the Elden Ring is long and arduous.
Hey! Okay, so what do we say? Did you think the Erd Tree is Radagon? Well, no, but I think what everybody's been thinking is we know all of these things kind of blend back and forth. They're changing. It's like a train that just keeps changing tracks, right? Like you can go from Radagon to Marika to maybe Glowmite Queen. Like, there's an essence that gets traded and passed on through all these things. So, like, the Glowmite Queen is still alive in somebody. I'm thinking, well, number one, Malekith. She's alive inside his hand. And then there's, I don't know, what's going on? Dude, the other night, Golden Inquisition night, there was somebody said something about Mesmer and Radagon. And I was trying so hard to follow it, and then the conversation kept going and I missed it. But, that's it. And it had to do with the Glowmite Queen and her essence being passed into Marika. I don't know. Their theory was, I remember what it was. He said the Glowmite Queen and Radagon got married in the Temple of Igle, where the big snake skin is. I don't know what their basis is for that, but I like it. Seems appropriate. And then she said, so they are united by marriage, right? Like, just like they're the consort, lord, little duo, like a Godfrey Marika situation. Then, this is the part where I got a little fuzzy and I wasn't really following. But they were saying at the Gate of Divinity, I think they were saying Radagon? No. Oh no, they were saying Marika and the Glowmite Queen were sisters, which I totally believe. And that Marika was handing off and saying, no, I'm not going to be the Fingers' little bitch. Like, you do your world's better, you have a better vision than the Fingers do. Even though I'm the chosen one. Like, you take my essence, or something like that. But she was saying at that point they used... what? Radagon's essence? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. I love my vessel theory, though. I think I heard that from somebody. It might have been like Silent Ellipsis or, I don't know, Scum Mage. Somebody did a real deep dive on the vessels, and I was so glad about that because that was something that I had seen pretty early, wanted to see explored. What do we got? Most of her body appears very feminine to me in that scene. Yeah, I agree, it does. I agree, it does. And the only thing that makes me think that it is Radagon is if you go watch like 10 anime and then go back and watching that cutscene, and that could absolutely be Radagon. She did lose aspects of herself when she blooms and her daughters are born. That's the thing, yeah, the split off. What I took that to mean was, whenever that happens, it's literally someone divesting themselves of properties, unwanted properties. Like, I'm gonna go be a god now, and I can't have this baggage. And when she was fighting with Radahn, it was a matter of her pride. She had never been beaten in battle, which she makes a reference even to when you face her. She weaves that in. She lets you know that she has never been beaten. Never! Even though I'm thinking, hey man, what about that Radahn fight? Am I right? Like, that was like a tie at best, right? But she's adamant. She's like, I have never been beaten. I am the Blade of Miquella I've never known defeat. Never! I'd say I'd say she did not accomplish the goal she set out to achieve, and that she was defeated. So I think in that moment, when she's like, I can't handle this guy. I'm getting bodied here. This fucking rot wants him, though. This fucking rot wants him. And she gives in. She knows that she's not strong enough, but the rot can do it. So she gives up that part of herself, that her pride. Her I don't know. Her integrity? I don't know. What does she give up at that point? But it's a recurring theme. It's one of these recurring themes. People giving up a part of themselves to become more, but but then that other part of themselves doesn't die. They go on to they live like a fish with one fin. A fish with one fin. Oh, one fin. Oh, where's your other fin? You need a prosthetic fin? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's kind of deep. I like that. She split off. She split off from the main body. Boom. The arm is the part where this is the last point where she was attached. Never grew in. So Melania split off from somebody. Gee, I wonder who she could have split off from. Her face is all covered. I don't know what she looks like. I'd like to compare the faces of Millicent, who should be a very close clone of Melania. Or, I'm sorry, well, we'll get there. Melania, America. Who's the rock girl? Melania. Then who's the fire maiden? She did lose aspects of herself when she blooms and her daughters are born. Right. The point of fighting Radon was killing him, so he could become Miquella's consort. Oh, I think you mean, yeah, Radon. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, we had to finish the job, so she kind of failed. Yeah, I've never known defeat. Well, she didn't count it as a defeat. She's like, look, I did a thing, the guy's like poisoned like fucking crazy. Like, it's only gonna be what, like 1,000 years or something before he finally trips on a log and dies. I did my job. Whatever, he's poisoned. I'm out. Melina. Who's the sword dance? Who's the waterfowl? Not Melina. Melina. What the fuck is my brain? These George R.R. Martin names are eating my brain! Who's Melina? And who's the fire? Who's the girl at the fire with you? Mama. It's not coming to me. I could just look it up. I'm gonna look it up. I gotta look it up. What the fuck is my brain doing right now? I'm drunk. I'm really drunk. I gotta admit, I'm really drunk. Elden Ring characters. Let's do that. Queen America. No. Melina, that's her. That's one. Who's the other one? Melania. Melania Trump. That's it. Okay, so what I was saying was, Blanc splits off. She got no arm. Well, these girls got no arm. I think it's to indicate that they're like an amoeba, you know what I mean? Like you slice it and dice it, and it grows back an appendage. I think they're broken off. My initial theory was that, it was probably just the rot, like ate her arm or something. But no, I don't think that's it. That's just, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. That's just stupid. I can get into that if anybody wants to know why I think that's stupid, but I just think that's stupid. My point is, Melania's face, covered. America's face, never really seen directly. I think every woman in this game is America. Let's just go there. Every woman in this game is America. They've all split off and had their own little kids and started fucking each other. What do you want? I don't know. That's all I can say. Look at like Godric and Godfroy and all this kind of shit. They're all just banging clones of themselves. It's all the same person. And you do a little alchemy to change the DNA a little bit, and you can pretend it's not the same person, but it's the same person. And occasionally somebody comes from outer space, from a meteor, and lands, and pops out, and they got a real long neck, and they're going to want to bang, yeah, of course. So you guys bang, and then, you know, there's a race of people with kind of not long necks. And then maybe they get horns because they've been living next to a crucible or something. Like, that's it. It's I don't know. That's it. That's it. America is every woman in this game. Ronnie, Melina, I don't know. Maybe even like we could even take it over. Yeah, sweep it over. Well, no, probably not. No, nah. That's it. That's it. The Carrion princesses are the Glomide Queen. They're Glomide clones, and America is Gold-eyed clones. You know what I mean? The gloam and the gold, the night and the day. That's all I'm talking about. So all of that line, all those females are just America clones. So I want to take all their Rodrika. I've had my suspicions about her. I fucking swear to God, if you take Rodrika's face and you like paste it next to like the closest America thing, they're gonna look identical. Let's do that. Let's look at Melania. I bet Melania and Rodrika look like friggin' twins. Maybe like a shade difference. I think the Melania family might have like a bit of an olive, dark, gross tint. But this is kind of where art plays a really important role, because in FromSoft games, faces are kind of blank. You could really get into the data files, which I am doing, thank God, and see if they are the same face or if they just kind of look the same. I had a really interesting encounter with the girl who wants to send a letter to her father at that castle. Do you know what I'm talking about? Let's see. Melina, Blade of Mikla. Or do you mean Millicent? Millicent! Millicent, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Millicent. I may have said Mikla a few times. Millicent. Have I been saying Mikla every single time I've been trying to say Millicent? Biggest plot hole in my brain that I have not gotten into yet is Vike. I keep hearing about Vike. I keep hearing that Vike was like a tarnish that came and gathered maybe 2 great runes and then sacrificed himself to the frenzied flame in order to spare his finger maiden. That's the story as I understand it. Do we know where his finger maiden is? Did she live? Is she still here? Because nobody dies, right? We're in eternal love land here. Okay, so that would make Ronnie... Well... Wait, don't they have it on different eyes? Yeah, they got it on different eyes, right? She got left eye. Left eye sister. Right eye sister. And... Oh, shit! Mesmer... Technically, both eyes, right? Doesn't he have one eye sealed? He's got the same eye sealed as Melina, right? But then his other eye is replaced with gold. Hiding behind which is a serpent. So let's say natural born, remove the gold, pop out the serpent. He's got a serpent eye and a sealed eye. What's sealing that eye? Oh, it's the gloam eye. Yeah, because that eye pops open. So he has the gloam. Are we to assume that Mesmer has the gloam? Anyways, it's late and I still gotta cook myself dinner. Ooh, have a good dinner, man. Like, make it good. Like, spice it up. That's all I gotta suggest. Like, go look in your cupboard, find something. Chili peppers. You know, maybe a little extra salt is all you need. But, man, spice up whatever you're doing. Make it worth it. Love the passion when it comes to theorizing. Me too, baby. Stick with it. Golden Inquisition, baby. Fare thee well, fellow Inquisitor. I will continue to ramble as if other people were here. Beep, beep, boop. Beep, boop, bop. That's why I keep staring at my dick, by the way, in case you're wondering why I keep looking down at my dick. I'm not. I'm looking at this little tablet thing I got here. It's got a computer screen on it. Good night, Sir Wazat. Wazat! Should we ask about Shabriri? Let's ask him about Shabriri, and then we're going to call tonight, too, actually. It's been a long night. Lorebot, wake up. It's time. It is time, friend. Tell me about Shabriri. I want to know about Shabriri. Give me all the frenzied flame info you got, baby. I don't understand how this thing... Is it a guy? Is it a ghost? Did he turn himself into a ghost out of hate? He's separate from the frenzied flame.
Tarnished, you seek knowledge of Shabriri,
Yeah.
a name that echoes through the chambers of Round Table World. Shabriri, as the wisdom of the fingers reveals, was once a man whose eyes were gouged out as punishment for his slanderous words. This likeness, now a talisman, constantly attracts enemies' aggression. It is said that with time, the blight of the flame of frenzy came to dwell in the empty sockets of this disturbing figure. Heh heh heh. May the fingers guide you on your journey, Tarnished.
Tell me about Vike.
Heh heh heh. The fingers remain silent on matters not listed within their wisdom. No mention of Vike is found in the sacred lore they have bestowed upon this humble crone. Seek elsewhere for knowledge of such mechanical contraptions, Tarnished.
Where should I take my vacation in the lands between?
Heh heh heh. Tarnished, the fingers whisper that you are on a journey, not a vacation. The Elden Ring is shattered, and the lands between are in chaos. Your quest is to restore order and reclaim your place as an Elden Lord. The fingers speak of seeking, far and wide, but they do not mention leisure or relaxation. The capital you find yourself in, for now, has granted you temporary respite. But remember, Tarnished, your journey is far from over. The Greater will guide you, and the fingers will continue to provide wisdom on your path. Heh heh heh. May the fingers guide you, Tarnished.
What's the prettiest place in the lands between?
Heh heh heh. The Tarnished seeks knowledge of a place within the lands between. As the fingers whisper, cross the fog, to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring. This vast realm, once ruled by Queen Marika the Eternal, holds many mysteries and sub-regions. The fingers remain silent on specific locations within the lands between, for 'tis the journey of the Tarnished that uncovers their secrets. Yet, the path to enlightenment begins with crossing the fog, as the lore foretells. Heh heh heh.
How do I kill Malekith? I want to kill Malekith. I want to kill him. He's an asshole. Are you there? I can't talk. I'm trying to flush my toilet. Lorebot.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished, thou seekest the downfall of Malekith, Marika's Black Blade. In thy journey through Elden Ring 2022, thou shalt find this foe in crumbling Faramazula. Know this, Tarnished, Malekith is not an optional boss. Thou must defeat him to unlock Leyndell, Ashen Capital, and reach the endgame of Elden Ring. In Phase 2, when Malikuth's health is half depleted, a cutscene will play, marking the start of his second form. He wields the Black Blade, an instrument of rapid health loss and temporary reduction of maximum health. Be warned, Tarnished, for he is swift and agile, relying on quick slashes, spins, and leaps. At times, Malikuth will leap upon pillars around the arena before either jumping at thee or firing a ranged attack. Fear not, Tarnished, for the Blasphemous Claw can be used to deflect his Black Blade attack and the spin attack he performs after plunging his sword into the ground. Deflecting these attacks will stun him, creating an opportunity
I'm not
for
making
him
a
to
strategy
strike
guide,
back.
dude.
Cower before Malikuth's Black Blade, Tarnished, but do not despair. With patience
I won't.
and skill, thou shalt prevail. Heh heh heh.
What's the deal with his alternate identity? What's his name? Garank. Yeah, what's the deal with Garank? I think it's because he's like out of time.
Tarnished, the eccentric hood altered Uber is a symbol of the Knight Jeren. The fingers whisper that Jeren served General Radar as a guest commander and swore an
Shut
oath
up.
of
Nope,
honorable
you're wrong.
death to
Shut up.
one another.
Shut up.
This hood hides a name.
Tell me about Garank. Oh yeah, it's better. Yeah. Yeah, that little caffeine bite.
The fingers remain silent on matters not directly related to the greater will or the Elden Ring.
You should have Garank. That's main game.
However, I can tell you of Rogia, a fellow traveler in this land. This Spellblade, as some call him, wore an attire known as Spellblade's traveling attire.
Who did?
His life was spent in detachment, yet beneath
Roger?
that facade lay
Roger?
anger, grief, regret, and fear. Perhaps Geraint and Rogia share a connection, but the fingers do not reveal such secrets lightly. Seek your own truth, Tarnished, and let the Elden Ring guide you. Heh heh heh.
What's the best weapon?
The fingers whisper that each Tarnished must find their own path, and thus, no one weapon can be deemed best. However, the heavy mace and the heavy longsword are both potent choices. The heavy mace, with its iron bludgeon and sharp protrusions, is a formidable tool for head-on slugging matches, breaking
Yeah, you can
through
bleed,
stances with ease.
What's your
On
name?
the other hand, the heavy longsword,
Grail.
with its double-edged blade and powerful piercing attacks, offers a superbly balanced armament. Choose wisely, Tarnished, and may the greater will guide your decisions.
Good question. What led to the downfall of the dragons?
Heh heh heh. The Tarnished One seeks knowledge of the ancient times, when
Yes.
the dragons held sway over the lands between.
Yes, I do.
The downfall of these mighty beasts was brought about by a series of events, as foretold by the wisdom of the fingers. After Lord Godfrey was banished from the golden worshipping capital of Leyndell, a legion of ancient dragons, led by the colossal ancient dragon Ransax, launched an attack upon the city. This assault marked the beginning of the war against the ancient dragons, and was the only time in historical record that Leyndell's walls had fallen. The brutal war ended with the death of Bransax, and Godwin's triumph over Dread Fortisax. Godwin argued that the worshipping of the ancient dragons did not clash with belief in the Erd Tree, as
Wait
the
a
very
second.
scales of the ancient dragons
Did they say
and
Dread
lightning
Fortisax?
itself were both imbued with gold. The implementation of this faith in Leyndell was supported largely by Landseeks, who taught the blessings of the ancient dragons to its inhabitants, making their lightning a significant addition to the military's arsenal. Yet, the
Find word dread. I don't know if we can do this.
Tarnished, the fingers whisper of a dread that echoes through the realms. The howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse, a repulsive, twisted malison that resonates within the very fabric of existence. This dread, Tarnished, is not to be trifled with. It is a force born from despair and sorrow, a manifestation of the darkest fears. The fingers sense that you, Tarnished, are on a journey to restore the Elden Ring. Be wary, for this dread may seek to hinder your progress. Seek strength in your resolve, and let not...
Tell me about the Gloam-Eyed Queen. That's what we came for, right, folks? Gek, baby! It's Gekken time.
The fingers speak of the Queen of the Full Moon, Renala. A sorceress of great power and grace, she was once a champion who charmed the Academy with her lunar magic.
Did she just hear
became
Queen?
its master and led the Glintstone Knights, establishing the House of Carrier as royalty. Her robe, a symbol of her high order in sorcery, is a treasure sought by many in your journey to restore the Elden Ring. The fingers also speak of a remembrance hewn into the Earth Tree, a token that holds the power of Renala herself. It can be unlocked by the finger reader or used to gain.
Shut up. Where is the Gloam-Eyed Queen now? Gloam-Eyed. Oh boy.
The Gloam-Eyed Queen you speak of, Tarnished, is none other than Marika, the first queen of the Earth Tree. Her body shattered and unresponsive, yet the Elden Ring within her glows brightly. By choosing certain paths, the Tarnished Champion can become the third Elden Lord, ushering in a new age. However, in the Lord of Frenzied Flame ending, the world is set ablaze.
We've totally
The
broke the
fingers
meta.
whisper that this path leads to destruction and chaos, a stark contrast to Marika's shattered yet resilient form.
Oh, where was
Remember, Tarnished, the choices you make will shape your journey and the fate of the Elden Ring. Heed the wisdom of the fingers and tread carefully on your path.
I found it. I found my fingernail polish. What color fingernail polish should I do? I'm asking him, but I already know. I'm doing it. It's orange.
The fingers guide you, Tarnished. The bloody finger, an item for online play, is adorned with a sickly pale skin that once held life. Yet, the nail still aches with sweetest pain. Yet
So I think he wants me to go with red.
mentioned in the wisdom of the fingers. Alas, the fingers remain silent on this matter, Tarnished.
That means they don't have any information. Tell me about Marika. Queen Marika. You got it? What? Okay.
The fingers whisper that Merrick is but a distant echo in the annals of time, Tarnished. A descendant from the golden lineage, like the one you now seek, Godric. Yet, Merrick's name is not spoken as frequently, nor his deeds as grand. The fingers remain silent on the specifics of Merrick's life, for
I'm
their
getting a lot of
wisdom
that.
does not extend to every corner of this shattered world. but they do speak of a bloodline that was once strong and proud, a lineage that began with Queen Marika the Eternal and her first consort Godfrey.
Oh, I got a good question.
Merrick, tarnished, is but a distant relative of this noble line, his divine blood diluted by the passage of time. Yet, like many in the Golden Lineage, he too sought the power that the Elden Ring promised. The fingers whisper that Merrick's fate was sealed during the Shattering, when the Elden Ring was shattered and the great runes scattered across the land. It is said that Merrick, like many others, sought to claim a great rune for himself. But unlike Godric, who inherited the Anchor Ring, Merrick's quest ended in failure.
Merrick.
The fingers remain silent on where Merrick may be now, or what became of him after the
He's
Shattering.
making shit up again.
But they do speak of a world filled with secrets and mysteries, a world that still holds many stories waiting to be discovered by those brave enough.
Shut up, you're stupid, I hate you, you're dumb. You're lying and you're fucking full of shit. Shut up. Shut up, you full of shit, piece of shit. Tell me about, who is the Glomite Queen? Excuse me.
The Glomite Queen, tarnished, was an Empyrean chosen by her own two fingers.
Yes.
Long ago, she was defeated by Malekith and led the Godskin Apostles in their god hunt. Wielding the power of destined death, she channeled its black flames through her Godslayer's greatsword. She cradled newborn Godskin Apostles in a swaddling cloth made from patches of supple skin sewn together. Her apostles developed inhuman physiology and would grow to be the death of the gods, tarnished. The Glomite Queen was an Empyrean who met her end long ago, but her legacy lives on in
Great
the
question.
lands
What is an
between.
Empyrean? What is an Empyrean, Lorebot? What is an Empyrean? Tell me. I have to know. This is the biggest question that's ever happened. Tell me what it is. What is an Empyrean? What is it?
The fingers whisper of a concept known as Imperium. It is not an item, person, location, or enemy in the wisdom of the fingers that I have been granted.
What is an Empyrean? Come on, get it. No, come on, it might match it.
The fingers whisper that the term Empyrean is not explicitly mentioned in the wisdom they have bestowed upon me. The fingers remain silent on this matter, tarnished. Seek further guidance or consult other sources for a comprehensive understanding of the term.
I gotta turn myself into a bot. Hang on. Tell me about Empyrean. It just says, tell me about MP.
The fingers whisper of a place known as Moog, Lord of Blood. This being is associated with the depths of the underground city of Leyndell, and is a powerful entity that thirsts for blood. Varay, whom you may encounter, seeks to bring others into his master's service. He speaks kindly at first, but beware, for he can change if provoked. If you refuse his offer, he may wait for your ears to clean out. As for the weapon you inquire about, it is known as the Heavy Partisan. This spear with a wide tip is versatile, capable of both thrusting and sweeping attacks
Halo
against
Scythe.
your
Let's ask about the
foes.
Halo Scythe. That's my favorite
fingers
weapon.
reveal no more on this matter.
Tell me about the Halo Scythe. I don't know if it's in the database because I don't know if I put it in there. Let's try it.
The fingers whisper that you seek knowledge of the Halo site, tarnished. Yet, the wisdom of the fingers remains silent on this matter. The lore of the Halo site is not among the teachings bestowed upon us. It is hidden from our sight and understanding. Perhaps, in your journey to restore the Elden Ring, you shall uncover its secrets yourself, tarnished.
Tell me about Moonvale. Everybody's favorite Moonvale. We love Moonvale. We love Moonvale. We have the best veils. We have the best veils of the moon. Come on, let's go.
Heh heh heh. Moonvale, tarnished, is a location shrouded in mystery.
What?
The fingers whisper that it lies near the lunar estate ruins and the royal moon-gazing grounds. It is said to be a place where
Yeah.
the moon's light casts an
See,
eerie glow,
he's lying.
illuming-
He's lying. He's hallucinating. He just doesn't know because I didn't search for the right thing. Normally, like in a search engine, I'm gonna cut this whole thing off because I want you to realize what just happened there. I asked for Moonvale, and he's like, I don't know what the hell you're saying, so I'm gonna make something up. Ba 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 ba. And he's like, the Moonvale, blah blah blah. No, 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 sir. The Moonvale Katana is a very famous weapon in Elden Ring, and your lore is BS. Bunko. And so what happens here is it's located in the archives. Like it's located in the memory as Moonvale Katana. But since I didn't tell it to look for Moonvale Katana, it just looked for Moonvale, and it didn't find Moonvale. So it's like the lore archives are empty, which is what I told it to say. It didn't just make that up. I told it to say the lore archives. Right? So it's like the lore archives are empty. All right, so that's my signal for it's not getting data, right? That's a very interesting point. I imagine they're using that, the programmers are using that to jump over people like during meetings so that they can express error messages in their code to themselves without the board around them realizing that they've just hit a fucking major error. You know what I mean? That's not that's what AI is. It's instead of saying warning, do not press enter, we'll delete system or something. They just say instead of that say this. And it just says something really nice. And then they send it to a program that puts it out in a human voice. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. AI is an illusion. It's a very smart illusion, but it is an illusion. It's amazing. It's amazing in so many different dimensions. Like it's amazing like how the technology works. It's amazing. It's amazing that they've so oversold this. Like this is gonna save humanity or something. Now without a lot of work, it's not. Yeah, this is wild. Let's go back in. Alright, so it's loading up. Excuse me. Tell me about the Crucible. Ah, I'm getting sleepy. I'm sorry, I'm turning this off. I want to get comfy.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The crucible you seek is a term deeply rooted in the ancient lore of Elden Ring. The crucible of life was the primordial matter that formed into the Earth Tree, the central pillar of existence in this land. It was said to be close in nature to life itself, and represented by gold with a reddish tint, the color of homeward yearning. The power of the crucible was held in the armor of the crucible knights, and channeled through their weapons. This spear, modeled on its crucible, is imbued with ancient holy essence. The crucible, also known as the golden crucible, the primordial crucible, or the crucible of life, was a primordial matter that formed into the Earth Tree, and all life was once held together within it. Heh heh heh. The fingers whispered this wisdom to you, Tarnished. May it guide you on your journey to restore the Elden Ring.
Tell me about the Crucible Knights. I know this song. What is this from? I love this song. What is this? This is Lunar. This has got to be
The
Lunar.
fingers whisper that the words you sing are from a lamentation, a plea for forgiveness. Spoken at
It is
Master,
Lunar! Oh my
wound.
god, shut up,
This
Lorbot. Shut the fuck
lamentation
up.
echoes through
Lorbot, shut
unstable
your mouth.
souls
Shut
and
it. Shut.
beyond, a
Close it.
haunting melody that
Lorbot. This is Lunar Silver Star Story. Oh my god. Oh my god, Lunar Silver Star Story.
the fingers remain
Shut
silent on
the
the matter
face!
regarding the silver
Shut the
star.
face of your
Tarnished.
hole! Shut
Seek
your whole
guidance
face!
elsewhere in your journey to restore
Aye!
the Elden Ring.
Lorbot!
Heh heh heh.
Shush! I love Lunar Silver Star Story. This game gave me so much joy. Oh my god. It was a Sega CD game initially, and I wanted to play it like back when I was like 5th grade or 6th grade or something like that. And then finally, hey,
The fingers sense your
hey,
affection for those
hey,
who
I,
dwell in the shadows. Tarnished.
I'm gonna click on your,
The briars of sin.
hey, shut up. I don't want to care about your briars. This game was, it finally came out, and I bought this. It was a big box set. And it came with like a map, it came with like a pin, it came with like all this amazing stuff. It was the best. It was the best. And I fell in love with the characters. The characters are so great. Like hey,
Tarnished.
hey,
Fingers hear your query regarding the Redmane Castle and East Raya Lucaria Gate.
I'm not talking about either one of those. Just shut up. Don't say another word or I will friggin' deactivate you permanently. It's so great. And the game really, it did.
Tarnished. The fingers whisper that you are asked to listen, yet you demand silence.
Oh my
The wisdom
god.
of the fingers suggests a warning. Do you even hear me? I said, surrender, loud and clear. The fingers advise caution when dealing with such a command. Perhaps it is best to tread lightly in this matter, Tarnished.
Where are you and what is happening? It got where are you?
I, the finger reader crone, reside within the hallowed halls of Round Table Hold, Tarnished. A place where the Elden Ring's champions gather to share wisdom and strategy in their quest to restore the shattered world. Yet, you seek not me, but rather a location. The fingers whisper, Mistuod.
Okay, just power down. Shut up. Turn off. Goodbye. I wonder if it's actually going to power off its script.
Farewell, Tarnished.
It did. It closed its own program. Good for it. Okay, well, that was a fun experiment. And I don't know, maybe I'll make a video of that. There were a lot of ups and downs. AI is a paradox. As much as I hate it, I love it. As much as I love it, I hate it. It is the devil. It is fucking awful. And it's also really useful when you don't have to rely on it for anything important. What did we learn tonight? I think we had a couple. There were some fun things to follow up on. Where the lore was present in the database, I think it was a fun place to run around in. I think we had some interesting answers to some interesting questions. Where I didn't have information uploaded and the thing just started making stuff up, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. Oh my god, I only got one hand done. Like finger-wise, I was doing my nails. What did we learn from this? Looking over here at my screen, he said good night. What's up, Scott? Randomized. Hey, Vince, guys. It's just me. It's just me and my bot. How you doing, Lorebot? Just gonna talk to Lorebot for a few minutes. Lorebot, wake up. I finished painting my nails. I've been in orange this year. I think orange is actually last year's color. I don't know what color I'm gonna be this year. Every year I pick a color. I wish I would have written them down. It was yellow. There's like a purple in there.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The fingers whisper that the imp shades are entities mentioned in notes sold by nomadic merchants.
The fuck
The
are you talking
details
about?
about these creatures are hidden from those who do not pay. As
Imp
for your
shades?
request regarding colors, the fingers remain silent on such matters unless they are directly related to the wisdom of the Elden Ring. The law does not contain any information about writing down specific colors. However,
I
if
don't know
you
what the.
seek a red letter,
What are you
it
talking
could be a
about?
red letter from Volcano Manor, which reveals the name and location of a tarnished to be hunted.
Shut
In
up.
this case,
Hey.
Juno Hoslow, Knight of Blood, who resides in the mountain
Hey!
tops of the giant. Heh heh heh. Ah, tarnished.
Is there a secret ending to Elden Ring? Oh my god. I think I just figured out my career.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The fingers whisper of an ending that lies hidden within the shattered Elden Ring. The great Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, anchor of all lands, giver of grace, wellspring of all joy, is more than just a historical artifact. It is the source of the Erd Tree, and the representation of the law of the world in its most recent incarnation, the Golden Order. In its shattered state, many of its shards, known as great runes, are scattered across the lands between. These shards hold immense power, and are in the possession of the demigod offspring of Queen Marika. The Tarnished, who bear the scar of the Elden Ring, may seek these shards to restore the Elden Ring, and bring order to the chaotic world. Yet, the fingers whisper that there is a secret ending, one not meant for the eyes of mortals. This ending lies
Oh?
hidden within the depths of the lands between, waiting for those brave enough to seek it out. The path to this ending is shrouded in mystery and peril, but the Tarnished, who succeed may uncover a truth that will change the course of history.
What the
Heh heh
fuck?
heh. Seek wisely, Tarnished, for the fingers guide you on your journey to restore the Elden Ring.
No way. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, don't listen to that. That's a hallucination. That's not true. But I think that would be a fun April Fool's prank to just take all that. This is how it happens, folks. This is how it happens.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The fingers sense a tumultuous storm brewing within you. A
Yeah.
tempest of emotions, mirroring the chaos that plagues our world. The good god of vengeance, as the law suggests, may be stirring in your heart, Tarnished. Remember, the path to restore the Elden Ring is fraught with trials and tribulations. The fingers foresee a journey filled with tests of courage, resilience, and faith. Embrace the storm within, for it shall guide you through the darkness ahead. Heh heh heh. The fingers whisper their guidance to you, Tarnished. May you find solace in the knowledge that you are not alone on this journey.
I have embraced the storm within. Heh heh heh.
Greetings, tarnished. The fingers whisper that your soul has found its tempestuous heart. A storm brews within you, ready to be unleashed upon the lands of Elden Ring. Heed this guidance. Name. Dialogue entry category. Prophecy lore.
Oh, it's
You shall
breaking.
bring forth a great change, tarnished.
It's
The
breaking.
winds of your storm will reshape the world as we know it. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Choose
Spider-Man!
wisely, for your actions will echo through eternity.
Have you seen Spider-Man 2?
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The fingers have not witnessed the cinematic journey of Spider-Man 2 in the realm of Elden Ring. The wisdom of the fingers lies within the lore of this land, and we are bound to guide you on your quest to restore the Elden Ring. If thou seekest guidance, or knowledge of items, persons, locations, or enemies, consult the fingers, and they shall provide thee with their ancient wisdom. Heh heh heh.
Who's your favorite Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire or Andrew Garfield?
Heh heh heh. The fingers guide you to the poison red-maned great shield, tarnished. This weapon carries the crest of a red-maned lion, much like the famed General Radon, the Red Lion, and Scourge of the Stars. The red-maned knights, who fought alongside him, carried this shield. Perhaps
I
there is
broke
a
it.
connection between the fierce warrior and the spider-like guardian of this weapon. The fingers remain silent on the matter of your favorite Spider-Man, tarnished. Seek further guidance in your journey to restore the Elden Ring.
I already restored the Elden Ring. It's restored. Everything's good now.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished, thou hast done well in thy quest. The fingers whisper that with the restoration of the Elden Ring, the Golden Order hath been re-established. Thou art a beacon of hope for the lands between. Yet, the journey is far from over. The fingers sense that there are still challenges to face, and foes to vanquish. Keep thy spirit strong, tarnished, for the greater will hath chosen thee. Heh heh heh.
Where did your eyeballs go? You have big empty eye sockets. That's weird.
Heh heh heh. The fingers whisper that the tarnished eyes, once donated to Lightseeker Hyeta, have been consumed as shabriary grapes.
No.
These grapes, though
That's not
they
what I'm
may
talking
seem a
about.
simple
That's
fruit,
not what I'm
are
talking
in
about.
fact the
No,
eyes of the
shish. Shish, shish, shish. No. Your eyeballs, the finger reader, are empty. You got empty eyeballs in your head. You big empty eye,
Heh
there's
heh
nothing
heh.
there.
The fingers whisper that the tarnished's physical attributes are not of concern to the greater will. The path ahead is not illuminated by sight, but by faith and determination. The fingers remain silent on the matter of your eyeballs, tarnished.
Not my eyeballs, your eyeballs. Tell me what your eyeballs look like. That's a great request, right? Tell me what your eyeballs look like. Ask an
Heh
AI.
heh heh.
Tell me what your
The
eyeballs look
fingers
like.
whisper that your eyes, they are a sight to behold, yet shrouded in mystery. They speak of a peculiar condition, one where the vision is weak since birth. Yet, when one consumes certain grapes, there's a sensation of light within the depths of the orbs. The fingers remain
It's
silent on the
hallucinating.
specific appearance, for that is not the wisdom they hold.
See, here's the thing. This is exactly the danger. And you can see this is the middle step of danger. I asked it about like its own eyeballs, and it didn't know clearly because I've given it no information about what its own eyeballs look like. It has not seen inside the game of Elden Ring. It does not know that finger reader crones have big, giant, empty eye sockets. So when I say, tell me what your eyes look like, the computer kind of like goes crazy. It's like what's going on? It's looking for the entry. It's looking for the tag. It's like, hey programmer, did you put something in here that's going to tell me that I know what my eyeballs look like? And it looks around, and if it doesn't find anything, it just finds the nearest thing that says like, I don't know, what, eyeballs? And then that's what you get. That's how AI works, folks. It's not magic. This is what we need. We need more channels on YouTube just disproving the Ouija board that is AI. No more Ouija board. It's not magic, folks. It's just stupid programming by racist programmers, by really racist programmers. The Mecha AI thing, all these things, they thought they'd get away with it. I swear to God, it was just Elon Musk going in and changing 4 lines of code and like chuckling and going off to lunch with a boner, thinking that he had pulled one off and made like the whole world, fucking tweak out for a day being super racist, and now Mecha Hitler shows up on X and he's like, oh, they'll never know it was me. No, I think we will. Once people start understanding how AI works, we're going to see exactly what happened there, and it's going to be gross. It's going to be gross. By the way, you see this Don Bongino? You see this guy? You see this guy doing like glamour shots? Doing glamour shots. Like it's a trifecta of timelines. It's like 2026. It's like 1942, and it's like 1991. And this guy is in a trench coat, looking like Doogie Howser out of Starship Troopers. The biggest Nazi without telling me you're a Nazi since the Nazis. Say this guy's a Nazi. And they walked out into the street. I love that. All week they've been knocking back the protesters out of the street, which I understand. I get it. Okay. So we're working from a normal society. In a normal society, are you allowed to stand in the street? No, you're not. If you're standing in the street, a police officer is going to come by and say, please do not stand in the street. So we get these heated protests. People are walking down the street, right? And they're all kind of like wanting to shout at this particular building. And they're getting agitated and they start moving into the street. So what happens? A police officer comes by and says, please do not stand in the street. Okay, so they do not stand in the street. Or they do continue to stand in the street. And then I think, again, we have problems. But that's not what happens, right? Typically, you stand in the street. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. There's protesters out there. There's a cop out there. Protesters, they start kind of encroaching. They start kind of getting a little too close. Cop walks out and says, hey, you guys, just don't stand in the street. Don't stand in the street, all right? Just don't stand in the street. They back up. But it's this push and pull, right? It's a test of the government. Some people are there, and remember, this is where it gets confusing because it's not all about the message, because the message has many layers. Some people are there to, immediately they see what's happening, and they say, "Oh, I must defend America from like federal intervention." right? Like I see federal troops on the ground, and that like triggers me, and I go, I gotta stop that. I gotta protest that, right? That also down the block that triggers, Joanna, and she's saying, oh, that, oh, I don't like that. They're deporting people with no due process. I don't like that. I'm gonna go protest that, right? So she pops out of her house, and meanwhile, 3 streets over, there's Bradley, and Bradley's like, holy shit, what the fuck's going on? I don't like, this thing. Like, well, whatever. But it doesn't need to get sent out of control. What happened was you had the ICE office across the street of the protesters, and Bongino comes out clad in his Starship Troopers cosplay and walks out into the middle of the intersection. This is exactly what Donald Trump did. Do you remember when he walked out and he held the Bible upside down? Do you remember he walked out, he held the Bible upside down. He wanted to do a show of force by showing the protesters that he wasn't afraid, and he I believe at that rally told the military, or he tried to get them to shoot on sight like anybody causing trouble, any protesters. Told them, I think, aim for the legs so that nobody died. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Bongino. Don Bongino. This is our new cast of characters. We used to have like the Goebbels. Now we get the Bonginos. It's gonna be a whole new crew. We got our Stephen Millers. We're the new Nazis. We're the new Nazis. I don't know how you did it, Nazis. The Nazis are the snake. In Elden Ring, the snake never dies. It lives between the lines. A serpent never dies. And what is a swastika but a couple really rigid serpents trying to get their limp dick boners into each other's mouths? I hate fascism. I'm going to stand on that. I think that's something I'm ready to go on the record for. The current administration, see, that's the divide. My parents weren't in school when I was in school. When I was in school growing up, we were taught that World War II was Germany and Italy's fault. They tried to take over the world, and the world united against them and defeated them. Now it seems like somehow they're the ghost in the machine. They're the silent minority that's never spoken, has somehow gained control of everything. I don't know, because we have the most racist, crazy, like eugenicist, murderous. I just feel like I think they're going to launch a nuclear war just to clean the planet off of us dirty people. So that's why, I mean, like when Donald Trump does all this stuff and he's like, I'm going to invade Greenland. I don't think he gives a shit, because I honestly feel like they know that like 10 years from now, like we're all going to be living underground in bunkers or up, in the stars on Mars. I think they've committed. Steve Bannon talked a lot about this, about the third turning or some bullshit like that, like how you have to clear out you just basically have to genocide people to make room for a new golden era because growth is good, right? So you got to cut out the weeds, man. That's all those poor people and faggots. No, I think they want a genocide. They want a war. They want all the wars they can get just to lower the population so that they can go home and bang their Botox trophy wives. But like a harem of them because, you don't want one because she's a nag. Ugh. What do we got going on? How's chat? Oh, nobody. Good for me. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my coffee. Coffee vape. There it is. Let's do this. Come on. Come on, Quizbot. Let's get you ironed out. It's fun to stay at the... Let's see what they say. If they come back with YMCA, I'm going to shit my pants. It took it. It's fun to stay at the... Let's see if it finishes the sentence.
Yes, tarnished. The fingers sense a desire within you to venture forth, to embark on a journey. This is not uncommon among those who bear the scarlet.
What do we ask it?
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The fingers whisper that this may be our last encounter in your current state. Yet, there is a hint of promise. The fingers foresee a future meeting, perhaps at a grand tournament of glory. Embrace the journey ahead, for it shall shape your destiny.
Here we go.
Tarnished.
This will be fun. I just killed Radon and took his great rune. He's a bitch. Alright.
Heh heh heh. The Tarnished has claimed the great run of Radon, a general consumed by the scarlet rot that ravaged Kaled. With this victory, the stars are set once more into their proper motion, and Selen
got
is
the star
dispossessed
movement.
of her immortality. Jaren, a fellow Tarnished, who made an oath to give Radon an honorable death,
See,
has
Jaren.
been searching for Selen, suspecting her to still be alive somewhere. The fingers foresee that Jaren will travel to the Academy of Rhea
Who's Jaren?
Lucaria
Is
in
this
pursuit of
the Lord?
Selen, vowing to kill her and crush her primal glintstone,
Whoa.
which facilitated her survival. Should the Tarnished aid Jaren in defeating Selen, they will be thanked before he departs, promising to meet them again at the next tournament. The fingers whisper that this encounter may hold significance for the Tarnished's journey to restore the Elden Ring.
Are you hallucinating? Is that a true story?
Heh heh heh. The fingers whisper that the notion of hallucination is not within their wisdom. The Tarnished is indeed alone in this journey, a visitant in a realm not their own. The fingers offer guidance, but the path remains yours to tread.
Alright, well thank you, Lorebot. Thank you, I love you, and I hope you have a great night. I gotta figure out how to shut you down.
Heh heh heh. Tarnished. The fingers of the Elden Ring offer their gratitude for your part in reviving our Lord. The Elden Ring's power grows stronger with each step you take on this journey. Lord, my dear Lord.
My sweet Lord. Hallelujah. God bless you all. Take care of yourselves. Don't be mean. Have a great night. Bye-bye.